Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Fox News Now broadcast. It is Tuesday, December 27th. We appreciate everyone tuning in for a special recap edition of News Now. The Associated Press announcing this morning that the biggest story in 2016 in the state of Arizona is, no surprise, the presidential race. A story that we here at Fox News Now have covered extensively throughout the year. We were covering the 2016 election even in 2015, as there were many contenders vying to be president of the United States. 17 Republican candidates, 5 Democratic candidates, narrowed down. We watched it all unfold here on News Now, and we appreciate everyone who's joined us over the last year and a half. Those of you who have been with us from the start, as well as those of you who have just found us recently. We appreciate everyone who's tuned in, subscribed, and watched our videos. We're going to be recapping some of the most viewed videos this year, as the Associated Press announced today that the presidential race was the biggest 2016 news story in the state of Arizona. Stay tuned. All right, guys, while we recap 2016 and our presidential race coverage, I'm going to kick things off with our most viewed video on our channel. I apologize in advance if this song gets stuck in your head. With 6.5 million views, here it is, the official Donald Trump jam. You guys can find it on our YouTube page. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you now. 6.5 million views and counting.
Cowardice. Are you serious? Apologies for freedom. I can't handle this. When freedom rings, answer the call. On your feet, stand up tall. Freedom's on our shoulders. USA. Enemies of freedom. Face the music. Come on, boys, take them down. President Donald Trump knows how to make America great. Deal from strength or get crushed every time. Over here, USA. Over there, USA. Freedom and liberty everywhere. Oh, say can you see it's not so easy, but we have to stand up tall and answer freedom's call. USA, 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 USA. We're the land of the free and the home of the brave. USA, USA. The stars and stripes are flying. Let's celebrate our freedom. Inspire proudly freedom to the world. Ameritude, USA. American pride, USA. It's attitude, it's who we are. Stand up tall. We're the red, white, and blue. Fiercely free, that's who. Our colors don't run, no siree. freedom and liberty everywhere. USA! Oh, say can you see it's not so easy, but we have to stand up tall and answer freedom's call.
All right, guys, again, in case you're joining us, we are looking back at some of the 2016 presidential highlights and some of our coverage here on News Now. Some of our most viewed clips. This clip, viewed 1 million times, Joe Biden speaking passionately against Donald Trump and his comments about post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Let's go ahead and listen in.
When you talk about, he said to a group of veterans, and I'm quoting, I didn't see this, but I was told this by Chris Cuomo, who interviewed me when the last stop. He said, and I quote, when you talk about mental health problems, when people come back from war and combat, they see things that maybe a lot of folks in this room have seen many times over. Then he points out to the veterans in the room and he says, and you're strong, you can handle it, but a lot of people can't handle it. Where in the hell is he from? No, this is deadly earnest. My son spent a year in Iraq, came back a highly decorated veteran, Bronze Star, and a lot else. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 29 times. I found myself in Iraq being asked by General Ordiano, a 4-star, to pin a silver medal on a young captain who had pulled someone out of a burning Humvee, risking his life. And when I went to pin it on him in front of the entire brigade, he stood at me, looked at me, and said, sir, I don't want the medal. I don't want the medal. You know why? He said, he died. He died, Mr. Vice President. I don't want the medal. How many nights does that kid go to sleep? Seeing that image in his head, dealing with it. I have a card I carry with me, my schedule. Every single day I have my staff contact the Defense Department early in the morning. There's a black box in the bottom of it. And it lists U.S. daily troop update. U.S. troops died in Afghanistan and Iraq. 6,753. Not plus 6,000. Not 6,700. 6,753. Because every one of those warriors left behind an entire family, a community, for us. Every one of them. 52,419 wounded. But as the veteran can tell you, over 200,000 coming home with unseen wounds. "20 suicides a month." I don't think he was trying to be mean. He is just so thoroughly, completely uninformed. We only have one. I've been saying this, and when I said it 15 years ago, I got criticized for it. But I make no apologies. We only have one. We have a lot of obligations. We only have one sacred obligation: to care for those we send to war and to care for them and their families when they come home. We have obligations to the elderly and the poor and everyone. That's the only sacred obligation we have. The average life expectancy of those wounded.
And that was Joe Biden taking on Trump. Here is another one of our most viewed clips. Anti-Trump protests across America. This comes just a couple days after Trump was elected President of the United States.
Sure. Yeah.
And you've got the history that surrounds you everywhere, so
I'm sure it's amazing.
I'm sure it is absolutely amazing. But all of those questions, it'll just be so interesting to see how it plays out. And I say top amongst them is, what will Ivanka Trump's role be? Because a lot of people said she was she came across better than her dad out on the campaign trail, that she was like not only the best surrogate for him, but the best campaigner of them all. Yeah.
Here's a question from Daniel. Do you think Ben Carson and Rudy Giuliani will be in Trump's cabinet?
Yeah, well, those names are sure surfacing a lot. I actually believe that there will be a number of surprises in that list.
I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, sure, these are people who came to his side politically pretty early on in the process. And maybe either one of those two we might see in there. But Trump made a big point of saying that one of the things that I'm really good at is hiring good people. And you have to look at the overall success of his company, and it's pretty hard to argue that point. So I think he's going to be really thorough and is going to look at a substantial list for some of these most important positions, and to just automatically say, because those names are up.
And for those of you just joining us, we are looking back at some of our most viewed clips here on News Now. Over the course of the last year, some election highlights. This comes the day after Trump was elected president, specifically wanting to show you all the anti-Trump protests. Let's go ahead and fast forward to some of the protests across America following the election of Donald Trump. Chicago. I'm going to just show you video from different protests across the country and across the world. In fact, this next clip I'm going to show you are anti-Trump. This is video of protesters in Los Angeles marching after Donald Trump was elected President of the United States. This video, one of our most viewed videos on our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. And we're going to cut out of this and take you guys now to another Donald Trump clip. This video titled, "A Protester Wearing a KKK Shirt at a Trump Rally Gets Owned." Let's go ahead and watch this clip in case you missed it when it happened live.
Who was killed? Okay. You see, in the good old days, law enforcement acted a lot quicker than this. A lot quicker. In the good old days, they'd rip him out of that seat so fast. But today, everybody's politically correct. Our country's going to hell with.
That clip was from the 26th of February. Here is another clip for you. Emotional moment. Donald Trump inviting grieving parents on stage. This video, just days before the election, November 4th, 2016, has almost 700,000 views on our YouTube channel.
Great couple, Barbara and Hugh Rohn. Do you know about their son Riley Rohn? Where are they? Are they around here someplace? Where are they? Come up here if you can. Do you mind? Do you mind? Come up. Tell the Secret Service, believe me, they're okay to come up, right? That would be the surprise of all time. These are incredible people. Their son recently passed away in a horrible accident. He was the biggest supporter I had. Young guy, beautiful guy, the most popular person there was. And he was just very special. And I want to introduce, and if you'd like to say a few words, Riley. Riley was their son. As much as some of you like Trump, I like you more than you like me, if you want to know the truth. This boy was our biggest fan. He loved our country. Believe me, he loved our country. Say a few words about our boy, okay? They know him.
This is for my son, Riley. We are from South Amboy, New Jersey, a very small Democratic town. We are registered independents. We vote for the person, not the party. My son, Riley, was killed Memorial Day weekend coming home from the Jersey Shore on the Garden State Parkway. My son was a late-in-life menopause baby, a gift from God. He was only 19 years old and my only son. I have 3 wonderful daughters. Riley loved Mr. Trump. He was obsessed with Mr. Trump. When there were 17, Riley said, Mr. Trump is the nominee. When there's one nominee, Mr. Trump, Riley said, Mr. Trump will be president. In Riley's obituary, Mr. Trump was mentioned because Riley loved or loves Mr. Trump. Riley's funeral was over 200 cars. He has very dedicated friends. There were signs, buttons, flags for Mr. Trump. Riley's grave marker has Mr. Trump's name on it along with the Statue of Liberty because he loves America. Richie Schneiderite, a very good friend of my son's, wrote Mr. Trump a letter expressing all about my son and asked Mr. Trump if he could just mention my son Riley on the campaign trail because it would mean so much to my son. When Mr. Trump received the letter, he tweeted, "God bless Riley Roan," and a motorcycle group put on Facebook they were donating a brick with Riley's name on it for the wall. When Mr. Trump received the letter, he wrote us a very heart-moving personal letter regarding family and Riley. We never expected to hear from Mr. Trump. We don't know Mr. Trump. He doesn't know us from Adam. He does now. Within weeks of the letter, we received a phone call from his office asking would we take a phone call from Mr. Trump. We were watching Fox News, and Mr. Trump was in Florida. He was sweating profusely in an airport hangar, complaining of 114-degree weather. We watched him leave the stage, and within minutes, our phone rang. It was Mr. Trump. He's amazing. He spent a good amount of time on the phone with us, and it was very personal. I'm not going to share what we said, but I will share. Mr. Trump said if it cost millions, and he would give everything he owned if it would bring my Riley back. What kind of man is this? What kind of man who is running for the highest office in our land, the President of the United States, takes out the time from his campaign to call us? God does bless us. Now, all you mothers out there, I want you to put yourself in my shoes for 1 minute. And you fathers too. I want you to please, please, please vote for Mr. Donald Trump in my son's honor. Please.
And this is one of our most viewed videos this year. 2016, Donald Trump invites grieving parents on stage. This clip published November 4th, 2016. We're going to continue with some of our highlights of the year. This clip, Donald Trump winning the presidency, his full speech, has almost 700,000 views on our YouTube channel. Almost 700,000 views on our YouTube channel. Donald Trump winning the election.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great, great relationships. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Eric, and Tiffany, and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who's unbelievable. Unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. And see that Rudy never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who was that? Is that the mayor that showed up? Is that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign. And they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said, Reince, and I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar. But I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bus at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My guy. Yeah, say a few words. No, come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat. But they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately. But we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event. But to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you work so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you really were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you'll be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you.
Donald Trump winning the presidency, election night, probably the biggest night of the year, the biggest news event of 2016. Now, the Associated Press has determined that the biggest news story in Arizona for all of 2016 was the presidential race, and nothing says the presidential race like the culmination of it all when Donald Trump was elected President of the United States. This is a speech that we carried live here on News Now. You can see Donald Trump meeting with all of his supporters following that speech. Kellyanne Conway, Christie, Omarosa, many people in attendance at Donald Trump's victory celebration. We're going to continue with some of our highlights over the year. Right now we're doing the best of Trump during the 2016 election. The next clip, Donald Trump meeting with President Obama at the White House. Trump meeting with Obama. Let's watch.
In the coming 2 months is to try to facilitate a transition that ensures our president-elect is successful. I have been very encouraged by the, I think, interest in President-elect Trump's wanting to work with my team around many of the issues that this great country faces. And I believe that it is important for all of us, regardless of party and regardless of political preferences, to now come together, work together to deal with the many challenges that we face. And in the meantime, Michelle has had a chance to greet the incoming First Lady, and we had an excellent conversation with her as well, and we want to make sure that they feel welcome as they prepare to make this transition. And most of all, I want to emphasize to you, Ms. President-elect, that we now are going to want to do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you succeed, then the country succeeds. Please.
Well, thank you very much, President Obama. This was a meeting that was going to last for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and we were just going to get to know each other. We had never met each other. I have great respect. The meeting lasted for almost an hour and a half, and it could have, as far as I'm concerned, it could have gone on for a lot longer. We really, we discussed a lot of different situations, some wonderful and some difficulties. I very much look forward to dealing with the president in the future, including counsel. He explained some of the difficulties, some of the high-flying assets, and some of the really great things that have been achieved. So, Mr. President, it was a great honor being with you, and I look forward to being with you many, many more times in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. We are not going to be taking any questions. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Here's a good rule.
Then Obama tells Trump he doesn't have to answer all of their questions. A little bit of advice. All right, some more campaign highlights now. We're going to show you guys this clip. Has more than 600,000 views. Donald Trump meeting the notorious Diamond and Silk, self-described black Trump supporters. This happened, oh, never mind. It happened in December 2015. I guess we're not going to play it. We're only playing clips from 2016. So, sorry, Diamond and Silk, we're going to have to pass up on that clip. This clip, however, from 2016, 13-year-old at a Trump rally bashes Hillary Clinton, saying she wants to be the first female president instead. This happens just a week before the election at a rally, October 29th, 2016. This clip, almost 500,000 views on our YouTube channel.
My name is Faith Graham. I'm a 13-year-old girl. I'm educated, and I support Donald J. Trump. I support Mr. Trump because I want a chance to be successful like my parents, and I believe he will help me achieve my dreams. I dream about going to BYU, being a well-known political news anchor, finding a cute boy so I can get married, and having a wonderful big family. I imagine being happy, being safe, and being free. In social studies, my teacher, Miss Y, had us as teams rewrite the Declaration of Independence in our own words. This has been a great assignment for me to work with my friends and learn what the Declaration is all about. The Declaration was written because King George III was trying to take over the colonists' lives by abusing his power. Who does this sound like? Like King George, there are tons of examples where Hillary Clinton has lied to us or attempted to rob us of our precious freedom. She lied to the parents of the men killed in Benghazi. She lied about her emails. She lied about her record to create jobs in New York, and she uses words like bigot and racist to attempt to take away our religious rights. Hillary Clinton intends to further change the fabric of the country we love. I read a meme the other day, and it happened to read, quote, "I bet if Donald Trump had a brick for every lie Hillary Clinton has told, he could build 2 walls." In all seriousness, kids in this country actually care. We want to live happy lives, and even though most kids will tell you we hate school, kids know that an education is important. We want to be safe, live in a loving home, and have the same opportunities as our parents. We want freedom. Every person in our country is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. My mom and dad say that actions speak louder than words. That is why I'm so amazed that anyone would think of voting for Hillary Clinton. As a 13-year-old, even I know Hillary Clinton is working for her own success and ways to control my life, my family's life, and your lives. She wants to make it Hillary's America, not the people's America. Mr. Trump has been successful in business, he has a beautiful family, and I know he is working to make America great again. He is and will be a great leader. It is your job to vote. Vote now. We, the children of the United States, need you to make the smart choice. Vote for Mr. Trump. Do you want to know why Hillary Clinton will not be the first woman president of the United States? Because I will be the first woman president. Now raise your hand in the air. Make a fist. Vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Thank you, Arizona. May God bless you.
And that was at Donald Trump's 7th campaign appearance in Arizona. And that's right, Donald Trump made 7 appearances here in Arizona. 7 visits to this state. Arizona was not a make it or break it state, but he loved Arizona. He found Arizona to be his home base when speaking out about illegal immigration, even holding a rally just a week before the big election right here in Phoenix. So that girl spoke at that rally in Phoenix on October 30th of this year. That clip on our YouTube page, if you guys want to watch it or share it, has almost over 450,000 views, titled 13-Year-Old Girl Who Wants to Be First Female President Bashes Hillary Clinton. Now here's this next clip, titled An awesome thing happened when a Donald Trump protester tried to ruin his rally. This clip almost has 400,000 views on our YouTube channel. This clip from February of this year. It's titled, "An awesome thing happened when a Donald Trump protester tried to disrupt his rally." Let's watch.
All right, thank you. Who's that person that stood? That was so great. Who's the person that did that? Put up your hand. Put up your hand. I want to, come on, bring that person up here. I love that. Come on up here. Come here. Come here. So amazing. Oh, that's class. Isn't that terrible? See, that's what we're all fighting for, that. Isn't that terrible? And you know what? The press will put that out. Look, see, the cameras now are moving because that's the only way they ever see the crowd. Isn't that terrible? To me, now they won't say that. If I say, "Oh, hell," they say, "Oh, Trump used a horrible word." That person does that with their hands and fingers, and they won't report that. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. And I'll tell you what, the press should be, they should be ashamed of themselves. I want to see, no, they should be ashamed of themselves. It's disgraceful. Who is the person, though? Raise your hand. Who's the person that took action over there? Come here. Come. I love these guys. I love these guys. I love these people. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get over here. Look at this guy. Come here. Come on up. Bring him up here. That's all right. Bring him up. I want him up here. Come here. Bring him up, too. Come here. Come here. Say it.
Do not let them intimidate you. You back this man right here to the hilt. They will say anything, they will do anything to keep in power, okay? We don't need who we've got in there now. I'm talking Republicans and Democrats. He's right. We need to get some fresh bunch up there. Some fresh blood. Some fresh thinking, okay? And my man, Donald Trump, I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna lie to you, Donald. When you first got into this, I kind of was a lippy. I ain't gonna lie. So I don't know, Donald Trump, you're the best we got by far.
He's a great public speaker, this guy.
I got 2 tours of Iraq. I'm a Richmond County deputy. USA. If it wasn't for Mr. Trump right here, I don't think any of us would have the voice that we have. This is the only man that's going to really bring America back. He understands what it means for me and my people out here who have been to war. The police, everything you talk about, Mr. Trump, I can promise you right now, my department and the departments around me, We need you.
Great. I mean, that's so cool. But think of it. I see this guy, nasty language, really horrible language, which won't be reported by these guys. Really horrible, horrible language. For what? You know, when you think of it, we're all after the same thing, right? Whether you're Democrat, whether you're liberal, Republican, conservative, whatever you are, we want safety, we want a good military, we want our vets taken care of, we want borders, we want education, we want homes, we want to be able to eat and live and have a nice life. I mean, you'd think I could talk to somebody like that in 10 minutes, but a lot of them don't want to listen to it. You know, a lot of them have bad thoughts beyond, I'm telling you, there's something going on. But you hear the filthy mouth, and then all of a sudden I see fists starting to fly, so like about 4 of them. And a rough cookie. This was not an easy guy. I looked at him, I said, that's a rough cookie, the other guy. And then he puts his fingers in the air, you know. He wouldn't do it in front of those guys, let me tell you. But I love it. I love people with courage. I mean, courage. Sometimes you'll go and we'll go and stuff like that will go on a whole entire time. But I just respect those 2 guys a lot, so I want to thank you, fellas.
And that was a clip titled, "An Awesome Thing Happened When a Donald Trump Protester Tried to Disrupt His Rally." That clip from February 16th, 2016. If you guys want to rewatch that or share that with your friends, you can find that on our YouTube channel. The clip has almost 400,000 views. Another must-watch clip, the moment when Christie endorsed his one-time rival, Donald Trump. This clip from February 2016, February 26, 2016, Christie officially endorsing Donald Trump. Let's watch.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. I am proud to be here to endorse Donald Trump for President of the United States. I'm doing this for a number of reasons. First is that Donald and I, along with Melania and Mary Pat, have been friends for over a decade. He has been a good and loyal friend to our family, as we have been to he and his family. And over the years, we've had a lot of wonderful times together, done a lot of good together for not only the people of the state of New Jersey, but for many charities that we've worked with and on together. And I absolutely appreciate him as a person and as a friend. Secondly, I've been on that stage. I've gotten to know all the people on that stage. And there is no one who is better prepared to provide America with the strong leadership that it needs, both at home and around the world, than Donald Trump. He is, looking at the 5 people on that stage last night, the clear standout, and the person who will do exactly what needs to be done to make America a leader around the world again. He'll provide strong, unequivocal leadership. He will do what needs to be done to protect the American people, first and foremost, both in the homeland and in creating jobs for this country. And he will make sure that people around the world know that America keeps its word again. Donald Trump is someone who, when he makes a promise, he keeps it. I've experienced that over my long friendship with him. And what the American people and our allies around the world are going to understand is that Donald Trump is someone who keeps his word, and that means America will keep its word again. Third, there is no doubt in my mind, and I've been saying this right from the time I entered the campaign, that the single most important thing for the Republican Party is to nominate the person who gives us the best chance to beat Hillary Clinton. I can guarantee you that the one person that Hillary and Bill Clinton do not want to see on that stage come next September is Donald Trump. They know how to run the standard political playbook against junior senators and run them around the block. They do not know the playbook with Donald Trump because he is rewriting the playbook. He is rewriting the playbook of American politics because he's providing strong leadership that's not dependent upon the status quo. And so the best person to beat Hillary Clinton in November on that stage last night is undoubtedly Donald Trump. And so I am thrilled to be here this morning to lend my support. I will lend my support between now and November in every way that I can for Donald to help to make this campaign an even better campaign than it's already been, and then to help him do whatever he needs to do to help to make the country everything that we want it to be for our children and grandchildren. He's a good friend. He is a strong and resolute leader. And he is someone who is going to lead the Republican Party to victory in November over Hillary Clinton, which is the single most important thing we can do. So I thank him for his friendship. I thank him for all the kindnesses that we've shared with each other over the years. But more importantly than that, I thank him for leaving the private sector, for seeing that there was a need for strong leadership in this country, and for being willing to step out of the private sector and come and offer himself for public service and for leadership in this country at a time when our party and our nation so desperately needs it. So I'm happy to be on the Trump team, and I look forward to working with him. Thank you, sir.
Again, a historic moment. Christie officially endorsing Donald Trump. Christie is the governor of New Jersey. He was also running for president in 2016, one of 17 people hoping to get that Republican nomination. Prior to Donald Trump running for president, a lot of people speculated that Christie had a good shot of potentially becoming the GOP nominee. The thing is, when Donald Trump entered the race, that pretty much hindered any chance of Christie winning the nomination, as they're very similar in terms of their approach, their tell it like it is attitude. Christie, one of Donald Trump's most high-profile early supporters, endorsing Trump before he was officially the GOP nominee back in February of 2016. On to the next clip. Another clip from a Donald Trump rally, this one from May 2016. It's titled, "They Didn't Have Time for the National Anthem. Donald Trump Fixed That." Almost 300,000 views. It was published, again, May 2016. Let's go ahead and watch. "They didn't have time for the national anthem. Donald Trump fixed this." Watch the very moving moment when Trump brought a woman to sing the national anthem on stage at his event in Anaheim, California.
Great crowd. We don't have time for the national anthem. I said, yes, we do. We have time for the national anthem, right? And we have a young lady that is going to sing, and I said, what are you doing? She said, well, I was supposed to sing, but they had time because of the television cameras. They couldn't do it. I said, guess what? We're going to do the national anthem, okay? So, Sherry Wilkins, come up. Sherry, come on, Sherry.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
And that is also one of our top viewed videos on YouTube from May of this year. Joining me now is Ron Hoon, because look at the title, 2016, the year of Trump, the Associated Press announcing that the biggest news story in all of 2016 right here in Arizona was the presidential race.
We do know this. We know that on more than one occasion he has watched News Now.
Yes,
There's even
that's
been a
true.
couple of times he's like retweeted something or
Posted our video.
posted our videos.
Yeah.
So he's probably, if he's got 5 minutes and he's fishing around on the internet right now, he's probably seeing that and liking it.
I think that
The
he's
year
down
of
at-
Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he's at Mar-a-Lago,
Mm-hmm.
just relaxing,
Sure.
thinking, I wonder what Fox 10 Phoenix is streaming right now.
Do you know that since we are talking about the year of Trump and political, the first thought that crossed my mind was, well, we should just give him your cell phone number and he can call in sometime and we'd do a phoner. Don't laugh about that because he did a phoner, as we call it in the business. Just grab somebody, get him on the phone, spend 5 minutes with our morning show.
He did, I remember that.
At the beginning of his run for the presidency. So he announced in summer of 2015, and I want to say it was about August that he had an event scheduled for here in Phoenix. And if I remember the way the story went, they had to move it to the Phoenix Convention Center because they realized the crowd was going to be bigger than they had first anticipated. And I believe this was the first location of a big crowd for Donald Trump. You know, he complained a lot that the media didn't show the size of the crowds. And, from his perspective on the podium, you could see where, when they did widen out, sometimes those crowds were really incredible. But that whole phenomenon seemed to start here. And it was interesting that when AP was going through their list of stories for local stories, that they said Trump in Arizona is the biggest story. It's not just the biggest national story, it's the biggest Arizona story. Because he came here 7 times.
He did. He came to Arizona 7 times, and I was telling the viewers, obviously there are key states that candidates visit a lot, but Arizona typically isn't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a whole bunch of electoral votes. We're not on the East Coast where we're kind of, calling the election on election night.
Right.
So it was really symbolic, if anything, that he spent so much time here in Arizona, especially because one of his biggest issues that he campaigned on was illegal immigration, which is obviously a hot topic here in Arizona.
Yes, absolutely. So, just the fact that, frankly, the state was in play right to the very end, and that we saw Clinton surrogates and Hillary Clinton and everybody else coming here, and the polls. Although I told you I didn't believe it, there was that one poll, but it was such a Democrat-leaning poll. I said, just be skeptical. There was one that showed Hillary Clinton was ahead, I think by like 5 points. Remember we talked about it? I said, just be skeptical, because I know that particular poll has a tendency to skew Democratic, because I think that shocked a lot of people back in Washington, D.C. But in the end, despite the fact that our state really was in play, he did win it.
He did win Arizona, although a lot of people thought it could be Clinton's.
It could have been. I mean, in the end, what was it, 4 percentage points? Something like that. So,
I wasn't surprised, at least, when they said that the election was the biggest story in Arizona in 2016.
Yeah, but, honestly, wouldn't you think... I was a little bit surprised that they said Donald Trump was the biggest Arizona story. Despite the fact that he did kind of launch here and that he had to come back here in the final week to secure the state. I still would have thought they would have said the downfall of Joe Arpaio, one of the most controversial law enforcement officers, loved by so many people here, reelected time after time, and then finally his downfall. To me, that was a pretty darn big story, too.
It was a big story. I don't know, everyone was talking about the 2016 election, though.
Yes.
I guess.
Well, they were.
The thing is, Donald Trump's election still has a huge impact here locally, especially because immigration was one of his top issues that he campaigned on.
Right. You know what I would like to see, SK, is I would like to see, I'm going to just Google and see if we can, Electoral College map projection 2024. I know, this is dumb. It's crazy. 2024.
Wow, people are already
the Electoral College. Yes, they sure are. The Electoral
What about
College.
4 years from now, Ron?
Well, but here's why I want to look at it. Because you were saying about how Arizona is not that big a state, and how, electoral college-wise, oh gosh, all I wanted to do was find some sort of this is good. Okay, here is a study that shows where Arizona's expected population will be in 2020. Get this, for those of you who are watching us outside of Arizona, we talk about this all the time. Good times and bad times, people continue to move to this state in pretty sizable numbers. When I moved here in the 1980s, early 1980s, we had 5 congressional districts. It's almost doubled
Interesting.
to 9. The fact that we've gone from 5 congressional districts to 9, almost doubling, and I would think after the next one we will, also means our electoral college map has changed in that we've gone from, you get your 2 senators and your 5 representatives. So
Right.
we were a 7. We were a state that's a 7. That's not, that hardly counts, right? Who's gonna spend very much time in a state that only gives you 7 electoral votes?
Right.
Now we're up to 11. So here's my point. The census in the year 2000 had Arizona at 5.1 million. The census in 2010 had us at 6.6 million. So that's a pretty dramatic increase. So if we went from 5.1 million to 6.6 million in those 10 years, you do the math because you're actually really good at math problems, I've found when we've been live. What does that mean our population's going to be in 2020? We went from 5.1 to 6.6. What's 2020 going to be?
Population?
Correct. We went from 5.1 in 2000 to 6.6 in 2010. So if we're growing by a little more than 1 million, then where would you think that would put us in 2020?
Well, I moved here, so that's one.
That's one. Yeah. Okay. So what we could do is go out on the freeway and start counting people. I would think it would put us in
9.2.
No.
Not that high?
No, I don't think. I mean, if we grew by a little over 1 million in the last 10 years, 5.1 to 6.6, that's actually 1.5 million. So if you did the same, it would get us up to about 7.9 or maybe even 8 million if we just continued growing at that rate.
But I think we're going to grow at a larger rate.
Okay.
Because I'm just pointing out that I moved here.
Okay.
And I have other friends from California that have moved
That
here.
was going to be my next question. What are you basing it on? Because the actual projection that I'm seeing is more than you would think at 8.4 million.
Yeah.
When we hit 8.4 million, we are in the category of some of the biggest states in terms of who really matters, in the Electoral College. So I know that half of our audience is watching from around the world. But the other half is right here in Arizona, and we're just going to become more and more important, in presidential politics for 2 reasons. We keep growing. Come here, by the way. If you're somewhere where the economy is frankly just kind of so-so, come here. We're booming.
I did.
We're booming. Samia moved here. A bunch of her friends from California have moved here. She loves it. The only downside is she's been looking for an apartment downtown, and a 1-bedroom apartment nowadays is going for, did you say $1,600 a month? Is that what you found? About?
I don't remember.
I thought that's what you told me.
That's a little high.
Oh, is it a little high?
No, I'm saying in general it's a little high.
So that's the downside to it all.
Renting is not exactly cheap here, but it's not California expensive either.
True.
Enrique has a question for you, Ron. At what point of the election did you think through propaganda Hillary was going to win the election? Well, Enrique, I guess, is maybe a newer viewer.
Okay.
Because throughout the election, you had predicted that Hillary Clinton would be the next president.
I said for a year that she was going to be the next president. Just because, now that I think about it, Republicans are the party that always go with the next man up, the person who earned it, the person who didn't win last time, but we think could probably win this time.
So that was your logic.
Right? I mean, think about John McCain. In 2000, he ran against George W. Bush and almost beat him. He had the Straight Talk Express bus. This is a long way of answering your question, Enrique, but I'm going to get to it. So in 2004, of course, nobody ran because Bush ran for re-election. In 2008, McCain won it,
Right. the
Naturally,
GOP
because he was the heir
nomination.
apparent.
But he didn't beat Obama. So Hillary Clinton still did
Correct.
follow the McCain path.
Okay, and so then you see 4 years later, who gave McCain the biggest run for his money in 2008? It was Mitt Romney.
Right.
So in 2012, that's the way we do it with the Republicans. We're going to go with the next man up, the sort of the establishment favorite, the guy who sort of earned it 4 years ago. And so it became Mitt Romney. And he also didn't win. So this time around, it should have been one of two people. If you look at, well, who's kind of been, the up and coming or the ones who sort of earned their stripes.
Run, assuming
Correct.
there wasn't the big Trump effect.
Correct. And this is where I'm going to get to my main point, which you would think this time around it would have been Marco Rubio or Jeb Bush.
Right. Someone from Florida.
Exactly. And also kind of establishment
Right.
favorites. The question is, if either one of them had run, would they have been able to beat Hillary Clinton? It's very questionable. So what happened was an insurgent actually came along, Donald Trump, and captured the imagination of the voting public to the degree that it actually upended the establishment. And the weird thing is, the establishment became the Democrats. The criticism of the Republicans for the last so many years has been, you just go with the establishment. You play it safe. You always used to say Mitt Romney looks like a president.
He does. He's the guy that you cast as president
He's
in
the guy
your
you cast as
Lifetime
president.
movie or
Which,
whatever.
by the
movie.
way, he's still, even now when he's out there doing news conferences or whatever in 2016, he still looks the same he did 12 years ago. I don't know about that. But here's Donald Trump, who captured the public's imagination because people are so fed up and they do want change. And that hatred of Washington was what I miscalculated.
Right.
I just felt
Which
like
you would have thought Bernie Sanders also tapped into that, like,
Correct.
anti-establishment anger,
Correct.
and you would have thought that more people would have seen that, like, look, there are people on both sides of the
Yes.
political spectrum
Yes.
that are just so over
Well,
the usual politicians.
yeah, I know. But, we saw some of the leaked emails and everything else that indicated it really seemed like
Bernie got shafted.
Bernie got shafted.
So
that would have been fascinating. Two insurgents, Bernie Sanders versus Donald
Well,
Trump.
that was the thing when prior to Hillary Clinton locking in the nomination, a lot of polls showed, and even you and I discussed it, that Bernie Sanders had a much better shot of beating Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton did.
Yes, that's right. Because it was the year of the insurgent. It really, people were so fed up.
I truly believe that if the Democrats did indeed shaft Bernie and screw him over in an unfair way,
Yes.
then they deserve to lose.
Yeah.
From a morality standpoint. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? Because at least
Sure.
you saw so many establishment Republicans, that were against Donald Trump.
Yep.
But they didn't try to go into the system and force their own candidate upon the people. Of course, there were people that truly did support Hillary Clinton and believed in her. But if you're looking at it objectively, if indeed Bernie Sanders had a real chance of becoming the DNC or the Democratic nominee, then if you're gonna go by sort of shady means to have it your way,
Okay, well,
then in
that's
the
fine.
end,
you deserve it. In the end, you deserve it.
I mean, I'm just saying objectively, whether it's Hillary Clinton or any other person in that position,
Correct.
anyone who attains something through improper means probably doesn't deserve the role.
That's a good
However, you could also make the argument that on the other end of the spectrum, well, it's not fair because the DNC was hacked. There were issues like WikiLeaks that were targeted against them, people interfering. You had James Comey and that investigation, other people interfering. But it wasn't the RNC doing it. It was Russia.
Right.
However, there are reports that there was some communication between Trump's team and Russia. I don't really know. All I'm saying is there was a lot of shady stuff that happened in 2016.
Sure.
And I'm being fair. I'm being equal opportunity here, bashing both sides, guys.
Let me then follow up your point with this question. President Obama is getting all the buzz today because he did an interview with his buddy David Axelrod on Axelrod's podcast, which this quote is certainly helping. I'm sure Axelrod's getting a lot more followers on his podcast But he said I could have won again. So here's my question. Do you really think that's true? I mean, his track record was 100%. He ran in 2008 and won. He ran in 2012 and won. And you saw that he had real strength in the states where you had to have it, like Florida, like Pennsylvania, states that Donald Trump run, and like Michigan, states that Donald Trump won this time around. So
I think,
but everything we're saying is it was the year of the insurgent. It was the year Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump times 10 had the more passionate supporters than any other people in the race. So is Obama right that he already figured out how to win, that he could have won it again? Or because it's the year of the insurgent, would Donald Trump actually have beaten him no matter what?
That's interesting. We're also getting a handful of questions from viewers too.
Okay.
Well, there's a big difference between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
Yeah.
And it might not have to do with policy, but it has to do with presence.
Yeah.
And I do think that President Obama had a better chance than Hillary Clinton of beating Donald Trump.
But I also think your actual favorite on that side, Joe Biden, had a better chance of doing it too. Let me just say,
and I thought Joe Biden should have run.
Yeah.
But no one let anyone run against Hillary Clinton.
I got to, real quick before it disappears, I got to give a shout out to Anthony Stone, who says Trump beat the Republicans and the Democrats.
That's a very
very
insightful comment.
That is really a good comment. He really did, because there are parts.
He beat everyone.
There are parts of his platform that he certainly beat the establishment of the Republicans, who've sort of, you kind of look at it now, and ever since George W. Bush, the establishment of Republicans aren't winning anymore. But that's exactly what he did. I mean, he has positions where he's maybe more liberal on Planned Parenthood than Republicans are. Where he, he's not the social conservative where as soon as North Carolina passed that bathroom bill, he said, this is a mistake.
Why do we care? Yeah.
Right. And he wants to spend $1 trillion improving the infrastructure in this country, from roads to bridges to airports. Well, that's a very Democrat type of proposal, to spend $1 trillion, and no shocker here, the Democrats love it. But a lot of Republicans think it's too much.
Well,
but he does have other Republican
I look
positions
at Trump
too.
more like he's an independent.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
not. I mean, he used to be a Democrat, then he was a Republican. That makes you an independent at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You have views on both sides of the aisle, and I think we should have more presidents that are independents.
Yeah, I do
Truthfully.
too. I know. Well, you know what's funny is the two-party system
It
has
might die.
kind of worked for
It might
a
die.
Yeah, it might. I mean, it would be nice if it was a bunch of independents. However, the one plus to the two-party system is
the money.
One party or the other basically is in power, and you can get stuff done.
Right, and not only that is that they have fundraising abilities that an independent just doesn't have.
And you look at Europe, where it's always like 3 different parties or 4 different parties, and they have to like cobble support together from this group or that group, and then nothing really ever gets done, because nobody can win 51% over there anymore. You got to win like 37% and figure out where you can get your other 14%.
So Con has a question, Ron. Do you have a theory on why WikiLeaks Assange specifically targeted the DNC?
Believe it or not, I think it's very selfishly oriented. I think that Assange wants out of that building in London. He's in the Ecuadorian embassy, and a continuation of the Obama foreign policy would have kept him in there for a long time. The fact that Assange is in, basically house arrest, and the fact that Snowden is under the protection of Putin in Russia, those could both be big stories in 2017.
Interesting.
If Trump does reestablish more normal relations with Russia, and I actually think that a lot of people looked at, it was in one of the debates where he puts his hands out like this and says, wouldn't it be nice if we could be friends with Russia? Remember when he said that? Wouldn't it be nice if we could get along with Russia, we could be friends? And I think a lot of people look at it and say, okay, you know, strategically, they do compete with us in a lot of different areas of the world. But even then, who cares about the power struggle, the power play of who gets to have more power in this country or that country versus who is the real enemy that is the threat to the way of life, the freedoms that we enjoy, and everything else? It's terrorism. I mean, people certainly, I think most people really don't care if name a country, if they're a little bit more pro-U.S. or pro-Russia. Go up and down the list of countries in Europe. Go up and down the list of countries in Asia. I think the average Joe really doesn't care that much. But we do want to know that we're safe from terrorism. So if the United States and Russia can actually start working together on that one, I think that's a pretty big deal. And Samia, I was just thinking about this yesterday. People forget. It seems so unbelievable that we're actually going to now normalize relations with Russia. I was actually reading the book of Mikhail Gorbachev a couple of days ago.
Interesting.
And you look at the picture of him and Ronald Reagan that's on the back of the book, and there were feelings of solidarity between these two leaders and between our countries at that time. People also forget that when George W. Bush was president, early on in his presidency, Vladimir Putin came to Texas. I know people kind of forget about that, but if you go back and Google it, 15 years ago, Putin was actually our friend, right? So he has not had a lot of respect for Obama. Obama's not had a lot of respect for him, and I think the world has been the worse off for it. So we'll see what happens here. I don't think it's going to as upset the apple cart as some people are acting if Trump and Putin actually come together and if our two countries come together, because in those early years of the George W. Bush presidency, that's the way it was between our two nations then. George W. Bush, if you Google George W. Bush, looked into his eyes and see who he was talking about. He had a famous quote when Putin came to Texas, and he said, "I've looked into his eyes. We can work with this man. I think he's a good man." And that was only 15 years ago. So.
Roger Thornhill commenting, what are your thoughts on this guy's comment? Putin has killed more whites than ISIS has. It's a very bold statement by one of our viewers.
Correct. No, well, I mean, I guess my thought is that people in the United States do not feel threatened by Putin.
Right.
It is probably an unfair worldview to have, but we in this country view the rest of the world strictly through our lens.
Right.
Right? And so I don't think anybody in this country feels that Putin is going to commit any kind of terrorist act on American soil, or even is dreaming of committing a terrorist act on American soil, versus we know ISIS is trying to encourage its sympathizers and supporters to do that very thing. So that's when politics becomes personal. And I think that is the way the vast majority of Americans look at it.
Anthony Stone saying Putin is a nationalist, making him a natural ally of Americans. Meanwhile, Enrique Torres believes that no one likes the United States around the world, and he's blaming the Democrats for that.
Yeah. Oh, well.
It depends really where you go, because I remember going abroad.
Yeah.
And this was in 2008, right after Obama was elected.
Right.
And most of the people I encountered, and I've had this conversation with a handful of friends who have traveled around that time period as well.
Yeah.
In different countries, a lot of the world reacted positively to Obama's election.
Oh, sure.
I remember my cab driver, granted this was Istanbul, but my cab driver, when he found out we were American, was just like, "Oh yeah, Obama good, Bush bad."
Yeah,
and he did a thumbs up and a thumbs
yeah.
down.
But again, they're reacting to what the media in their countries are
It's all
feeding them.
relative.
You go to the UK, there's a lot of negative coverage on Donald Trump. You think there's negative coverage here on like MSNBC or whatever? You go over there,
It's really bad?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you were just in London last week.
Yeah. There's
what was the news coverage like there?
There's very little that's pro-Trump, and people still seem kind of perplexed as to why we would do it.
But this is the same region that voted yes on Brexit.
Correct.
And yet they don't understand the rise of Trump?
They don't.
That's so odd.
Although, you know, newspapers, it's funny, newspapers still are very big over there. Not like here where, you know, a newspaper, I mean, who actually reads the hard copy of the New York Times anymore? You maybe go to their website.
Well, I think it's people who live in those sort of public transportation cities still read newspapers because you're on the tube in London and you have a paper. In New York, people still pick up the Post to read it on the train.
And there's a vast array of newspapers in London, but all in all, the coverage is really negative toward Trump. Versus here, people, I think, demand that through social media or whatever other means, they demand that it at least be balanced. You sort of know what you're going to get on MSNBC. You sort of know what you're going to get on CNN. You sort of know what you're going to get on Fox News Channel. And that's why people end up coming to us. We're talking about the downfall of your CNNs. They're coming to Fox News now.
That's true. They love us.
Because we can cover both sides of it.
We do cover both sides.
And we interact with you guys live on your comments, and I'd love to see CNN do that. I gotta go to a meeting.
All right, Ron. Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. We're gonna continue.
That was fun, actually. Thanks for your really insightful thoughts, you guys. That was
all week, though. All week we're doing 2016 recaps, different stories, all week long, as it's the final week of 2016.
Okay, cool. I'll see you around then. Okay, bye.
All right, guys. The next clip. Coming up, Donald Trump's impromptu press conference on his plane. He decides out of nowhere to hold a press conference on his plane, the Trump plane. This press conference on March 29, 2016. He reacts to the endorsement by Scott Walker and the assault charge. This clip has 300,000 views, March 29th, impromptu Donald Trump press conference. Let's watch.
Nice group.
Be very orderly.
Are you okay?
One question at a time.
Okay, do you want to start this way?
They said you might have an opening statement, do you? Well, then let me ask you about Governor Scott Walker. Today he endorsed Ted Cruz. He says Cruz is the common sense conservative, and he suggested your brand of politics would not work in Wisconsin.
Well, he stole the word common sense conservative from me because I'm the one who came up with the term. He never used that term before in his life. Look, I beat him very badly. He was going in as a favorite in the presidential run. I knew he couldn't endorse me. I never called him and asked for an endorsement. I told him and I told a lot of people what was going on in Wisconsin, the real numbers in terms of jobs, in terms of what's happening with trade, in terms of a $2.2 billion imbalance, and lots of other problems. And after saying that, I said, well, there's no way he's going to endorse me. Now, I will say, once I told them the facts, and once I told the public the facts, he went from 22 or 24% down to 0 when he quit the race. So obviously, I would have loved to have gotten his support, but I didn't expect it, and I don't think it'll mean anything.
Now, he's the guy that you gave money to. You helped get him reelected.
Not only did I help him, he came up to my office a year ago or so, prior to obviously his run, which didn't work out so well for him. He came up to my office and he gave me a plaque, a beautiful plaque, which at some point I think I'll bring over to Wisconsin.
You said you think Mr. Trump, could you comment today on the battery charge against Corey Lewandowski?
Yeah, I can only say Corey's a fine person. I looked at the tape, but the tapes were supplied by me. You know, those tapes, just so you understand. This is a very high-end club, and we had tapes all over the place, and we supplied those tapes. And those tapes, to me, are very conclusive. A lot of people are looking and saying, how can anybody be charged? She was actually, if you look at her, my book, and according to a lot of people, she's grabbing at me. And he's acting as an intermediary and trying to block her from doing that. The news conference was over. It was done. It was finished. And she was running up and grabbing and asking questions, and she wasn't supposed to be doing that. And I think he should, I told him, I said, you should never settle this case. You should go all the way. I think they've really really hurt a very good person. And I know it'd be very easy for me to discard people. I don't discard people. I stay with people. That's why I stay with this country. That's why I stay with a lot of people that are treated unfairly. And that's one of the reasons I'm the front runner by a lot. If you look at that tape, he was very, very seriously maligned, and I think it's very unfair.
It's only an allegation, but what does it say about the campaign?
I think it says nothing about the campaign. I think if you look at it, he was trying to block her. That's the way I would view it. And she's grabbing me and asking questions. She's not even supposed to ask questions. You know, the press conference lasted for a long time, like 45 minutes. And I was leaving, and she runs up, and you can see, in fact, there are pictures where she's, I could show you some, I actually have some in the other room, but there are pictures where she's grabbing my arm, and I'm going like this, trying to get her off. I think it's a disgrace that something like that could take place, and I'm shocked by it, and I'll stick by people, and I know it's probably not even politically good for me to do, but when somebody is maligned so unfairly as that, I will stick by it.
Mr. Trump, seems like a stacked deck in Wisconsin. What do you mean by that, and who's stacking it?
Well, I think we have a lot of people that are saying a lot of false things. I'm going to make much better trade deals than anybody in Wisconsin. Nobody can create jobs like I can create. Nobody's better on the border. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, from, as you know, from Phoenix, from the Phoenix area, from Arizona, is with me 100% and endorsed me because I'm the strongest on the border by far. You look at a guy like Ted Cruz, he's very, very weak on jobs. He doesn't know anything about jobs. He knows nothing about jobs. We call him Lion Ted because of what he did with Ben Carson, where he said Ben Carson had left the race and he hadn't left the race at all, but there are many other things. And, you know, look, I don't see Ted Cruz making it. I don't think Ted Cruz could win the general at all. And I think I'll beat Hillary Clinton very easily. Once I put my mind to beating Hillary Clinton, right now I have two other people that I want to beat. And hopefully I'll start that process and complete that process in Wisconsin.
So just to clarify, you said that you're going to stick by Corey, but will his role change at all in the campaign as this case unfolds?
Well, I hope not. I think it's really unfair. It's a very unfair thing to a person. I was watching some of the television coverage, and a lot of people were on television saying, how could somebody be charged for that? I mean, they see it. I'm the one that gave the tapes. Nobody else gave the tapes. The tapes were from me. And they see it, and they see what took place, and it's so minor. And if you look at her initial statements, before she knew that we had tapes of her, she was talking about being pulled down or dragged down or something to that effect. And all of a sudden, when she saw that there were tapes, she changed her tone a little bit. I think it's a very, very sad thing, and I think it's very unfair to a good person. He's got a family. He's got 4 beautiful children. I think it's very, very unfair to a man with a wonderful family back in New Hampshire who gets, what, a criminal situation over that? In fact, some of the reporters were saying, a number of them tweeted, but some of them said, wow, that was minor compared, you get pushed around, you get shoved. And she was grabbing me. She was, does that mean that I'm supposed to file charges against her? She was grabbing me. That's why you see the picture of me like that. Now, maybe he was trying to get her off of me, but I think it's a very, very sad day in this country when a man can be destroyed over something like that. And you just look at that tape throughout the whole process, and you see how unfair it is. That's a very unfair. He's a good person. He's a good person with a wonderful family. And for him to be charged over something like that. And remember, she grabbed me before he even broke anything. And it almost looks like he's just trying to create a little room. Because to be honest with you, the news conference had finished. It was over. It was done. And I was leaving, rapidly leaving the premises. All of a sudden, she bolts out of nowhere. So I think it's very, very unfair. All right, let's ask
Let me ask you about Paul Ryan. You're in Paul Ryan's country here. This is blue-collar union.
Right.
What policies do you think you can work with Speaker Ryan on that you would both agree on?
Well, I'll tell you one policy that whether we agree or not, I'm going to do if I win, and it's going to be great for Wisconsin and for the country, and that's trade. Because our jobs are being sucked away. I have some of the statistics from Wisconsin. Wisconsin is doing very poorly, by the way, for those that know. And the reason that Walker went way down, and even though I supported him initially, and he thanked me by coming up to my office and handing me a plaque, the reason that Walker went way down is because when I gave all of the statistics on how badly Wisconsin's doing, the jobs that are being taken away, the businesses, the lack of growth. When I gave all of those statistics, he couldn't dispute them. I mean, they're there, and I'll be giving them again.
Dispute some of those.
Well, I don't know what PolitiFact. I don't care. I get these statistics from government agencies. I mean, they're just perfect statistics.
Do you think he
so I'll be doing that. I'll be doing that during my first speech.
Do you think he mishandled the public union issue?
Well, I can say this. Wisconsin is in turmoil. It's always in turmoil. I sit back in different states and I watch and I see that Wisconsin is constantly fighting and recall elections. And I've never seen anything like it, frankly, in the country. So you could make a case it's a good thing because they're fighters. You could also make a case it's a bad thing. There's a lot of hate going on in Wisconsin, and I think it's bad. But worse than that are the numbers. Your numbers are terrible, and I will give you those numbers. In fact, I have them. If you want, I could get them right now.
Scott Walker's numbers, though, when you look at his approval rating among GOP primary voters, is very high. You're going after him. Is that a gamble? Is that
No, I don't care about a gamble. Here's the thing. I think he's probably a nice guy. I mean, he came in dressed in a motorcycle outfit with a motorcycle, like he's a big, strong motorcycle guy. By the way, the motorcycle people love me. It's like my highest demographic. They love me. I go to things, I have 700 motorcycles waiting for me with people. So I don't know what he was doing, but he was, constantly riding around on motorcycles. If the people like him, that's fine. I think he's a nice person. I don't care about whether he's nice or not. You look at the statistics on what's happening with jobs and many other factors in Wisconsin. You look at your $2.2 billion deficit. You look at your numbers. They were so negative that I didn't even use all of them. I didn't know how bad they were until I looked today. So he's now fair game. I would have never said this, but he's now fair game because he endorsed Cruz, who's never going to win, by the way. He's too strident. Cruz has no chance of winning in the general election. Zero. But and I don't think he has a chance of getting the nomination, frankly. And he's way behind. He's won 6 states or 7 states. I've won, I think, 21 or 22 already. I say this. It's only results oriented. I look at what's going on in Wisconsin. I have so many friends in Wisconsin. It's a great place. I think I'm going to do really well in Wisconsin, I hope. I'm going to be here for a long period of time until Tuesday evening, until the election evening, maybe stay overnight then. If I win, I'll stay overnight. If I don't win, I may get out of there a little bit quicker, right? But I think I have a very good chance of winning Wisconsin. I will say this. When I reveal today, which I'm going to do with my...
Okay, guys, we are going to cut out of this. We'll go back to our Year of Trump review. In the meantime, though, we want to take you live to Camelback Mountain. A rescue underway. A woman being rescued off of Camelback Mountain. This is a live feed coming in from Skyfox. Skyfox just getting to the scene of this rescue now. Again, a mountain rescue underway. Camelback Mountain Echo Canyon Trail. Reports of a woman with an ankle injury. You can see a group of hikers right there on the mountain. This is the same mountain that I told you guys about yesterday, the viewers that joined us here on the post-Christmas edition of News Now. This is the mountain that I myself hiked for the first time on Sunday. It's a challenging mountain, and we often cover mountain rescues here on Fox 10 News Now, as very frequently authorities have to go to the Echo Canyon Trail, sometimes the Cholla Trail, to rescue a hiker that may have injured himself or herself. Truthfully, I've covered so many of these mountain rescues here on Fox News Now that when I hiked Camelback myself, I wondered, would there be a mountain rescue today? Would I trip? Would I need to be rescued off the mountain? It's not an easy mountain to hike, but if you're here in the greater Phoenix area, I highly encourage that you do it at least once to get a feel for what exactly it entails. This is the report from the Phoenix Fire Department. Phoenix Technical Rescue Engine 12 was training on Camelback Mountain this morning when they came across an adult female with an isolated ankle injury. She is located just below the first waterfall. Therefore, crews have decided to do a screamer suit rescue with the helicopter. Again, a rescue team was training on Camelback Mountain when they encountered this. They're using the helicopter to rescue the woman using a screamer suit. In case you guys need a visual for what that looks like, I'm going to go ahead and throw that on the screen. Looks like that. A woman being rescued off of Camelback Mountain. Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live mountain rescue. This is Camelback Mountain, specifically the Echo Canyon Trail. Echo Canyon Trail is the trail that you reach coming from 44th Street, Tatum area. The west side of Camelback Mountain. A woman with an ankle injury. She will be transported via helicopter. One of our viewers on YouTube asking, how many hours does it take to climb this mountain? Well, St. Neil, it really depends on your stamina, whether you take any breaks. I did the hike up the mountain using the Cholla Trail on Sunday, and it took me about 2 hours to get to the top of the mountain. I did take about 30 or 40 minutes of rest breaks, I would think. So it really just depends. I took the Echo Canyon Trail back down. The Echo Canyon Trail is the trail that this woman was hiking, the injured woman, and that one is a bit shorter. So it's about 1.5 miles long on the Cholla side of the trail and about 1.1 miles on the Echo Canyon Trail. And while we continue to monitor this mountain rescue off of Camelback Mountain, I wanted to break in with some breaking news. We have just learned that Carrie Fisher, the actress most known as her role of Princess Leia in Star Wars, has passed away at the age of 60. Carrie Fisher, dead at the age of 60. Multiple news sources confirming this, including TMZ. We're going to work to get you guys more information and bring you that right here on Fox News Now. And again, for those of you just joining us, this is a mountain rescue off of Camelback Mountain. Phoenix Technical Rescue Engine 12 was training on Camelback Mountain this morning when they came across an adult woman with an isolated ankle injury. She was located just below the first waterfall. Therefore, crews decided to do a rescue with Firebird 10, their helicopter. You just watched as the woman was lifted into the helicopter. This woman with an ankle injury being rescued off of the Echo Canyon Trail of Camelback Mountain. Again, for those of you just joining us, you're watching the culmination of a mountain rescue off of Camelback Mountain, the Echo Canyon Trail. A woman with an ankle injury. A rescue team already training on Camelback Mountain when they encountered this woman on the Echo Canyon Trail. Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at the culmination of a mountain rescue off of Camelback Mountain, the Echo Canyon Trail. In just a couple minutes, we'll be giving you the latest news on the death of Carrie Fisher. And the Skyfox chopper now leaving the scene of this mountain rescue. So as promised, we are going to shift to another breaking news story. Actress Carrie Fisher dead at the age of 60. Just get that video for you on the screen. Some file video of the actress Carrie Fisher. We broke the news to you on Friday that Carrie Fisher had suffered a heart attack, a massive heart attack, while flying from London to Los Angeles. We reported Friday afternoon, early evening, that she was in stable condition. That, according to her brother, who had spoken with the press that day. A family spokesperson has now confirmed that the actress, most known for her role as Princess Leia, has passed away. Again, she suffered a massive heart attack on Friday aboard a flight from London to LA. That heart attack happened just 15 minutes before she was supposed to land at LAX. According to people on the plane, Fisher appeared lifeless following the heart attack. A passenger who was an EMT performed CPR on Carrie, and once the flight landed, paramedics rushed her to UCLA Medical Center, where she remained in intensive care until she passed away. Now, the family had said she was in stable condition, but TMZ was told she was not responsive after her medical emergency. Many of you joining us for our extensive coverage of the death of actress Carrie Fisher, who passed away at the age of 60. Now, those of you who want to share your thoughts, your wishes, your memories of Carrie Fisher, feel free to leave your comments in either the YouTube chat right here on News Now. You can also tweet me at Samia Fox 10. That's SAMIA Fox 10. We'll read your thoughts and share your memories of Carrie Fisher here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Paul Frost commenting, Carrie Fisher, may the force be with you. Many people upset in general over the number of celebrity deaths that have occurred this year. Alliance Hero commenting on YouTube, may the force be with you and God keep you, Carrie. Goodbye. Jack Skywalker saying she is now one with the force. Homie Cat commenting, why 2016? Look what you've done. The Bike Anthology saying, you will be missed, sweet princess. Disney Gamerman, R.I.P. Carrie Fisher, you were a great person and actor. Smart Bubble saying, I thought she was going to be okay. Why did this happen? Friday, posting 2016 taking its final victim. There are 4 days left till 2017. Shaking my head. Little Fast commenting, this was not the year of famous people. Christian Botcher commenting, no God, no please, no. Another viewer commenting, rest in peace, we will always love you, Carrie. Murky Assassin, rest in peace, Princess Leia, you will be missed. We appreciate everyone tuning in. It's unfortunate that we do have to report this kind of news here. Many people were hopeful after her brother told the press on Friday that Carrie was in stable condition. As you guys may remember, here on Fox News Now, we reported extensively the news that Carrie Fisher had suffered a massive heart attack on her flight from London to Los Angeles on Friday. Many people were worried that Carrie Fisher wouldn't make it. However, people became hopeful after her brother told the press that she was in stable condition. However, according to sources by TMZ, Carrie Fisher was never fully responsive after her medical emergency aboard that flight. Many passengers on that flight described Carrie Fisher as lifeless following the heart attack. Want to go ahead and read some tweets from viewers that are sending their messages. Esteban Cebrero saying, Carrie seemed like a down-to-earth, humble woman, both on screen and off. She endeared herself to many fans around the globe. Esteban, I'm sure many people feel the same way you do. I appreciate you sending me that note via tweet. If you guys want to get your tweet on the air, you can tweet me at SamiaFox10. I'll also be reading comments that are coming in live from the YouTube chat stream. Keon Jones commenting on YouTube, Miss Fisher, you will forever be a princess in our hearts. Thank you for the great memories and everlasting memories. Rest in paradise, Princess Leia. Jesse Valia commenting, may the force be with you, Carrie Fisher. Adam Davies asking, did she legit pass away? Yes, indeed, Adam. I'm sorry to report, Carrie Fisher passes away at the age of 60. El Marcuz Sirhane, another YouTube viewer, saying, I don't know what to do now. May the force be with you for eternity. Hashtag RIP Carrie Fisher. Young Gamer commenting, I feel so bad. She was a lovely woman. In the land of numbnuts, posting, so sad. First the selling of Star Wars franchise, then this crap Disney calls Force Awakens and Rogue One, and now the death of Princess Leia. Those thoughts coming from one of our viewers on YouTube. Again, if you tweet me at SamiaFox10, we may put your tweet on air. This tweet coming from Alex Leone, RIP Carrie Fisher, may the force be with you. Christmas Bubble tweeting, it's sad that Carrie had to die. I was a fan. I wish it didn't happen. Murky Assassin tweeting me, when we look upon the stars, we will see Carrie Fisher to be among one of them. Mujtaba Ibrahim, Carrie Fisher was a great actress. I will miss her so dearly. Rest in peace, legend. Again, many people mourning the death of Carrie Fisher, who passed away today at the age of 60. We'll recap some of Carrie Fisher's career highlights, her early childhood, her legacy in just a few minutes. Of course, Princess Leia was Carrie Fisher's iconic role, but Carrie also starred in The Blues Brothers, When Harry Met Sally, Postcard from the Edge, and many more. Carrie Fisher famously battled substance abuse throughout her life. In 2013, she was hospitalized for complications from bipolar disorder. Carrie Fisher is survived by her daughter, Billie Lourd, her brother, Todd Fisher, and her sisters, Tricia and Jolie Fisher. Interesting note, her daughter Billie made an appearance alongside her mother in The Force Awakens. Other viewers sending in their tweets. Sharing their thoughts on the passing of Carrie Fisher. I'm going to go ahead and put some of those on the screen. This one coming from King Kenny. Carrie will be dearly missed. Let's hope she becomes a Force ghost. Aiden Alfaro sending me this tweet. I just can't believe this is true. It's heartbreaking. You will always be missed in both this world and a galaxy far, far away. Bakota tweeting me. There is no death. There is only the Force. You will be missed, Princess. Andrew Walker also tweeting. There is no death. Only the Force. Monica Chu sharing her opinion. This is so sad. May the Force be with her. Carrie was an amazing actress. I'm crying. We appreciate everyone tweeting us and sharing your thoughts as we remember Carrie Fisher, passed away at the age of 60. I know many viewers tuning in online have been sharing their thoughts both via Twitter as well as our YouTube chat. Michael Sarasoli saying, my heart is hurting. YouTube username Elvis Presley saying, can we go one day without someone dying, please? Lovely Mills commenting, 2016 has stolen an amazing woman from us. May the Force be with you, Princess. I'm going to go ahead and put some of your tweets on the screen once again. This one comes from Deadpool fan. I can't believe Carrie Fisher has died. We will miss her. I'm crying. May the force be with her. Meanwhile, Dwayne Fulmer tweeting me, another iconic actor has been taken from us far too soon. R.I.P. Carrie Fisher. Time for this year to end. We appreciate everyone sending tweets, and I appreciate all the new followers that have just clicked that follow button. We appreciate everyone hitting us up, hitting that subscribe button. Thank you all for tuning in to our nonstop coverage here on News Now. Cathal O'Boyle saying, why, how, when, what, who? R.I.P. Carrie Fisher. I know, Cathal O'Boyle, we're all wondering the same thing. Why? We know Carrie Fisher had a heart attack just 15 minutes before she was scheduled to land at LAX during a flight from London to Los Angeles. Toxic Toxin commenting on YouTube, Star Wars will never be the same. Kiba Anusaka saying she was able to pick herself back up and show how strong and independent she was. Lion in the Night saying this is particularly hard for Generation Xers. We grew up with her when the first Star Wars movies came out. Sophia Anessis commenting on YouTube saying, God rest this woman's soul. She was such a saint and a part of everybody's childhood. Will never be forgotten. This comment coming in from Patrick Ross Photo saying she was more than Princess Leia. Fisher taught us how to live a life of honesty and dignity. We lost a brilliant writer and humorist. Ink Thing tweeting, it is depressing to hear such an amazing childhood hero has died. Forever you will be in our hearts. Omar Rabau tweeting, may the force be with her. You will be missed. I hope they bring you back in CGI form. And Iron Man tweeting, my inspiration, an actress I looked up to, a person. May the force be with you, our princess. More tweets coming in, people sharing their thoughts on the passing of Carrie Fisher. Disco Ball Man saying, you were and always will be the warrior princess we needed. R.I.P. Princess. OG Chicharo tweeting, I can't believe that she died. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. The force will be with you always. Sharing this picture of her as well. And this tweet coming in from Sammy Remy. I wasn't the biggest fan of Star Wars, but I have so much respect for the series and actors, Lucas aside. This hurts. Like, a lot. Meanwhile, Shubham Lohakare sharing his thoughts. We've lost an iconic person from our galaxy. Star Wars will never be the same. May the Force be with her. Rest in peace, Carrie, trending nationwide. I'm going to go ahead and click the trend and show you guys some of the tweets coming in nationwide as Rest in Peace, Carrie trends all across the country. News is just breaking now. Sean McGuire saying, she was my first crush, part of our collective childhood. She was gorgeous, feisty, and brilliant. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. The Golden Globes tweeting, may the Force be with you always, Princess Leia. Prince Jackson. That's right, the son of Michael Jackson. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. I grew up watching your movies, and your role as Princess Leia will inspire many in the face of adversity. Many people posting, rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. Here is a quote posted by HelloGiggles.com. I don't want my life to imitate art. I want my life to be art. Many people with broken hearts. Dean Dobbs posting, rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. And may the Force be with you. Also adding, I feel like I've been punched in the gut. So many Star Wars fans out there. So many Carrie Fisher fans out there. Finding this moment extra difficult to deal with. 2016, a year of many celebrity deaths. We just reported on the death of George Michael yesterday as he passed away on Christmas Day, Sunday at his home in England. Now Carrie Fisher passing away in Los Angeles today following a massive heart attack on a flight from London to LAX on Friday. I want to go ahead and read some more tweets from you viewers tuning in. Ricky Lilo tweeting me, Carrie Fisher, how sad. The Force will be with you and you will be with us. We love you. Sammy Thompson tweeting me, we have lost Carrie Fisher, but we shall all remember her not just as an actor, but as a person who devoted her life to make us happy. Joseph sending me this message, I grew up with Star Wars. She was amazing. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. Hashtag may the Force be with her. Heloisa Castro tweeting, gosh, my childhood hero dead. She will always be in our hearts and the world will never forget her. Rest in peace, Princess. Meanwhile, Glitchy Snow tweeting me, saw me at Fox 10. Rest in peace, Carrie. You molded my childhood, and to this day, I have never stopped loving Star Wars because of you. Sleep well. Meanwhile, Razvan Dragu sharing his thoughts. Saw me at Fox 10. Leia was one of the characters that pioneered strong women in cinema. She will be sorely missed. May the Force be with you always. Again, many people sharing their thoughts on the passing of Carrie Fisher. Some people left speechless. unclear what exactly to say, learning their childhood hero is gone. Carrie Fisher, dead at the age of 60. She was flying from London to Los Angeles on Friday when she suffered a massive heart attack. It seemed she never was able to fully recover. Passengers that shared that flight with Carrie Fisher described her as lifeless following the heart attack. Now, the family spokesman, Simon Halls, released a statement to the press on behalf of Fisher's daughter, Billie Lord. It is with a very deep sadness that Billie Lord confirms that her beloved mother, Carrie Fisher, passed away at 8:55 this morning. She was loved by the world and she will be missed profoundly, says Lord, who is 24 years old. Our entire family thanks you for your thoughts and prayers. Fisher was flying from London to LA on Friday, December 23rd when she went into cardiac arrest. Paramedics removed her from the flight and rushed her to UCLA Medical Center where she was treated for the heart attack. Fisher was the daughter of renowned entertainers Debbie Reynolds and Eddie Fisher. She was brought up in the time of tumultuous film, theater, and television. She left Hollywood in 1973 to enroll in the Central School of Speech and Drama in London, where she spent over a year studying acting. Just 2 years later, though, the bright lines of Hollywood drew her back, and Fisher made her film debut in the Warren Beatty-led film Shampoo. Her role in Star Wars would follow that in 1977. She detailed the experience, including her on-set affair with co-star Harrison Ford, in her latest memoir, The Princess Diarist. She was only 19 when the first installment of the beloved sci-fi franchise was filmed. In addition to the second and third Star Wars films and last year's The Force Awakens, Fisher starred in the 80s Blues Brothers, The Man with One Red Shoe, Woody Allen's Hannah and Her Sisters, and in 1986, later, she starred in When Harry Met Sally. Fisher wed musician Paul Simon in 1983. It was an explosive marriage, according to Homeward Bound, The Life of Paul Simon author Peter Ames Carlin. It was cut short because of swinging stages of depression, the actress's drug use, and an array of personal insecurities. The relationship continued, though, on and off for several years after the pair divorced in 1984. Now, Carrie Fisher was candid about her substance abuse issues over the decades, starting at only age 13 when she began smoking marijuana. She said she later dabbled in drugs like cocaine and LSD. Fisher explored her own issues with addiction in her 1987 best-selling semi-autobiographical novel, Postcards from the Edge, which was later turned into a film starring Meryl Streep. She wrote about her diagnosis with bipolar disorder. In 1985, she subsequently became an outspoken advocate for mental health awareness. Carrie Fisher once said, "I never could take alcohol. I always said I was allergic to alcohol, and that's actually a definition to alcoholism, an allergy of the body and an obsession of the mind. So I didn't do other kinds of drugs until I was about 20. Then, by the time I was 21, it was LSD. I didn't love cocaine, but I wanted to feel any way other than the way I did. So I did anything." Throughout much of the 90s, Fisher focused on her writing career, publishing Surrender the Pink and Delusions of Grandma. In addition, Fisher helped craft the scripts for a number of Hollywood films, going uncredited for films like The Wedding Singer, Hook, and Sister Act. Billy Lord, Fisher's only child, was born in July of 1992. Billy Lord, star of Scream Queens, was born to Carrie Fisher and talent agent Brian Lord. The pair dated for 3 years. The father of Billy Lord, now married to Bruce Bozzi. The two had been partners for decades. In 2005, Fisher was recognized with the Woman of Vision Award by the Women in Film and Video, DC. 3 years later, Fisher's wishful drinking autobiography was turned into a one-woman stage show and eventually an HBO documentary. Of returning to the role that launched her career, Leia, for The Force Awakens, Fisher told People magazine in 2015, "I knew that something enormous was likely going to impact my life from this film and that there was absolutely no way of understanding what that was or was likely to be." That film, which brought Fisher back into the spotlight, earned her a nomination for the 2016 Saturn Award for Best Supporting Actress. Just last month, Fisher also revealed her surprising on-set affair with Star Wars co-star Harrison Ford in The Princess Diarist, saying, "It was so intense." That was her way to describe their 3-month fling. The memoir, which drew from Fisher's old diaries and notebooks, brought up mixed feelings for the actress. "I had forgotten that I'd written them, and I've never written diaries sort of like that. I write when I'm upset. It was about 2 or 3 months of being upset." Fisher said, "It was sad because I was so insecure, and it's very raw, and obviously I didn't expect anyone, including myself, I suppose, later on, to read it." I want to go ahead and read some of your thoughts once again. Dustwise, tweeting, "Today the Force is out of balance. Rest in peace, Leia Skywalker, our princess. So many, myself included, grew up with you as an icon." Alicia, truly heartbroken. "I grew up with her and she made my childhood wonderful. I love you, Carrie." Killian tweeting, "Gosh, my favorite princess died, a fighter till her very last breath. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. Rest in peace, Princess Leia. Hashtag may the Force be with you." Dustwise, sharing their thoughts, "Celebrity deaths usually never get to me, but Carrie Fisher, 2016, has outstayed its welcome. Not our princess. Please no." Black Goku, tweeting, "Carrie Fisher will rest in peace. May the Force be with her." Ariana, tweeting, "Princess Leia was one of my favorite characters. It is so heartbreaking to hear that she's gone. May the Force be with her." Timothy Edward sharing this tweet, "She's always an inspiration. Since I was little, goodbye, Princess. May the Force be with her." Also sharing this photo collage from Timothy Edward. NoCats.net saying that they loved her in the smaller roles as well, like the Blues Brother and Austin Powers 2. Lightning Wing saying, "It's so sad to see Carrie Fisher go. Her role as Princess Leia was always funny. Everyone will feel the disturbance in the Force." Leander posting, "Rest in peace, favorite princess, writer, and Coca-Cola enthusiast Carrie Fisher." We appreciate everyone sharing their thoughts on the death of Carrie Fisher. One more tweet from Dustwise, "Death is a natural part of life. Rejoice for those who transform into the Force. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not." A quote from Yoda. Here is the TMZ headline. TMZ and many other entertainment outlets breaking the news this morning. Carrie Fisher dead at the age of 60. Carrie Fisher dying Tuesday morning, just days after suffering a massive heart attack on board a flight from London to LAX. TMZ broke that story. Fisher on that flight from London to LAX on Friday when she suffered a heart attack 15 minutes before landing. People told TMZ that Fisher appeared lifeless. The last time TMZ saw Carrie Fisher was 2 months ago, October 2016. Here's that video. Let's go ahead and watch it now.
Hey, how are you, Carrie? Hey, Carrie, you said one of the reasons Princess Leia broke up with Han Solo was that he wasn't that good in bed.
No, I did not say that.
You alluded to that.
If I allude,
What could have Hans done to keep Princess Leia? What should have he done?
no, it was. You know what was really the problem?
What's that?
People took this. We were both torn apart by our son.
Oh, really? He's to blame.
Yeah, that's fun.
Because it's usually not the child's fault.
We were such, neglectful parents. I love that I'm talking about this like it's real.
Right, well, of course. But now he's always going to blame himself for your divorce or whatever.
Oh yeah, can you see Harrison doing that?
Yeah.
No, I think he was, believe me.
That was the last time TMZ caught up with Carrie Fisher. Again, for those of you just joining us, we do have breaking news. Carrie Fisher passing away at the age of 60. The actress most known for her role as Princess Leia passed away this morning. Her daughter confirmed in a statement at 8:55 in the morning. Now, Carrie Fisher was rushed to UCLA Medical Center following a heart attack on a flight from London to Los Angeles, a United flight on Friday afternoon. Her heart attack came just 15 minutes before they were scheduled to land. There was an EMT on board who worked with Carrie. Upon landing, she was rushed to the hospital. Friday afternoon evening, her brother told the press that she was in stable condition. Many fans were hopeful that Carrie would get through this. Unfortunately, Carrie never fully recovered, and her daughter did confirm this morning that her mother, Carrie Fisher, passed away at the age of 60. We'll continue with our Carrie Fisher coverage, and if you guys want to tweet me, I can read more of those tweets live here on air. Put those on the screen for our viewers to read as well. Samantha New Year tweeting this: "Why did our princess have to leave this world? I now hate 2016. May the force be with her." That's right, 2016, a year of many high-profile deaths. Starner tweeting, "We will miss her. I'm at a loss for words." Retweet Pin tweeting, "R.I.P. Carrie Fisher. She will never be forgotten. Amen. May the force be with you always." This tweet coming from David Cato: "Rest in peace, Carrie. You will be missed. May the force be with you." Of course, many people devastated, at a loss for words, learning about the death of Carrie Fisher. Surprise 623er saying, "I thought 2016 couldn't get any better." Lots of people saying 2016 is cursed, 2016 sucks. Many people angry with the year 2016 in our YouTube chat. Why did it have to be Carrie? Why? George Brian Aladdin tweeting this, I'm so sad about the death of Carrie Fisher. May the force be with her. She will truly be missed. 2016, truly a sad year. All right, for those of you just joining us on Facebook Live, I want to recap the information we know so far. Carrie Fisher, the actress most known for her role as Princess Leia in the Star Wars franchise, has passed away at the age of 60. We first brought you the news Friday afternoon when we learned of Carrie Fisher's heart attack aboard a flight from London to LAX. She was rushed to the hospital, and by late Friday afternoon, we were hearing reports that Carrie Fisher was in stable condition. Now, this according to her brother, who had spoken with the Associated Press. But according to TMZ, Carrie Fisher never fully recovered, and this morning, her daughter released a statement confirming that the beloved actress had passed away at the age of 60 at 8:55 this morning in Los Angeles. Carrie Fisher passing away at the age of 60. We're going to give you continuous coverage here on News Now. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We'll read some of your thoughts as well. And remember, the late actress, known for her iconic roles as well as her activism, speaking out on behalf of mental health and many other causes. I want to go ahead and share a few more tweets with you guys. Lyciano saying, why did this have to happen so soon? She had so much ahead of her. God damn it. Andre saying, too many deaths this year. Why is it Carrie Fisher now? Rest in peace, Princess. Our heart's force will be with you always. The Zay Show, now Carrie Fisher. So many left this year. Let's pray 2017 won't take as many of our friends away. Obviously, many people devastated by the death of Carrie Fisher. I do want to check in with some of our viewers tuning in on Facebook as well. We are going to read some of your comments here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Some of our viewers... Jacob Flames commenting, R.I.P. Miss you, our princess. Nathaniel wants to know, when did she pass away? Carrie Fisher passed away this morning, 8:55 California time, so she passed away just about 2 hours ago, Nathaniel. The news breaking in the last hour. The iconic actress passing away at the age of 60 following a massive heart attack that she suffered just days ago on a flight from London to Los Angeles. Again, Carrie Fisher suffering a massive heart attack while flying from London to LA Friday afternoon. Unfortunately, she was not able to recover. Kristen Marhanka, another viewer on Facebook, saying, "May the force forever be with you." Wojtica, watching from Romania, saying R.I.P. Carrie Fisher. Ella Dean Hebert saying R.I.P. and God bless. Andrew Hill, meanwhile, wants to know who Carrie Fisher is. Carrie Fisher, an actress most known for her iconic role as Princess Leia, passing away at the young age of 60 following a heart attack. All right, guys, we're going to continue with our Carrie Fisher coverage in just a couple minutes. Mike Pace will be joining you to take you through the afternoon. Here's a quick look at the White House. Again, we'll continue with Carrie Fisher coverage in just a couple minutes.
For a stormtrooper. Carrie Fisher, best known for her role as Princess Leia in the blockbuster franchise Star Wars, had a massive heart attack on a plane returning to Los Angeles from London. Fisher had been overseas promoting her 8th book, Princess Diarist, a revealing recollection about what happened behind the scenes when Star Wars was filmed. Hollywood reacted quickly. After Fisher was rushed to the hospital, co-star Mark Hamill tweeted, as if 2016 couldn't get any worse, sending all our love to Carrie Fisher. Fisher was born into Hollywood royalty in 1956. The daughter of Eddie Fisher and Debbie Reynolds, she appeared destined for stardom, launching a career as an actress and becoming a pop culture icon after starring as Princess Leia. Fisher published her first novel, Postcards from the Edge, in 1987. She later adapted the book into a screenplay and then into a movie starring Meryl Streep and Shirley MacLaine. She went on to become a successful screenwriter, revising Hollywood scripts while taking on supporting roles in big movies. Fisher recently reprised her role as Princess Leia in the new Star Wars, The Force Awakens, and finished filming Star Wars Episode 8, the second of 3 new films in the franchise. Over the years, Fisher spoke publicly about her struggles with bipolar disorder and drug abuse. In Hollywood Irony, Rolling Stone magazine featured Fisher in this month's edition. When asked the question, "Do you fear death?" she said she feared the pain of dying, and in typical Carrie Fisher candor added, "I have seen death, it didn't look like fun, but if I was gonna do it, I'd want someone like me around." Carrie Fisher was 60 years old. In Los Angeles, Will Carr, Fox News.
As you can imagine, an outpouring of support for Carrie Fisher's family and people talking about their sadness for her passing. Let's show you what we're seeing on social media here using a tag board. And we'll start with Mark Hamill, who, of course, starred alongside her in the Star Wars movies. And take this full screen so everybody can see this, please. He says, "No words, hashtag devastated." Billy D. Williams, who was also a co-star in some of the Star Wars films, says, "I'm deeply saddened at the news of Carrie's passing. She was a dear friend whom I greatly respected and admired, and the Force is dark today." William Shatner, of course, Captain Kirk, "I'm deeply saddened to learn of the death of Carrie Fisher. I will miss our banterings, a wonderful talent, and a light has been extinguished." The LA Times talking about Carrie Fisher having the distinction of making the front page before she was even born, and that was talking about Debbie and Eddie Fisher when they were having her as a child and they were expecting. So again, Hollywood royalty. Carrie Fisher passing away at the age of 60. We are streaming coverage of her death right now. A lot of reaction coming in from around the world. And you can watch that live at youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix.
All right, thank you so much, Troy, for that update, showing us on social media how people are remembering the famed actress who just passed away at the age of just 60 years old. She was an American actress, screenwriter, author, producer, and speaker. We all know her as playing Princess Leia in the Star Wars franchise, but she's also known for her semi-autobiographical novels, including Postcards from the Edge and the screenplay for the film of the same name, as well as her one-woman play and its nonfiction book, Wishful Drinking, based on the show. Her other film roles include Shampoo, The Blues Brothers, Hannah and Her Sisters, The Burbs, and When Harry Met Sally. Continue to share your thoughts in the Fox 10 News Now stream chat, either on fox10phoenix.com or Fox 10 Facebook Live, as we remember the life of Carrie Fisher, dead at the age of 60. She was born in Beverly Hills, California, the daughter of singer Eddie Fisher and actress Debbie Reynolds. She was known as a bookworm when she was a kid. She spent her earliest years reading classic literature and writing poetry. She attended Beverly Hills High School until at the age of 15. In 1978, Fisher was accepted in the Sarah Lawrence College, where she planned to study the arts. However, she left before graduating due to conflicts from filming Star Wars. Fisher made her film debut in the Columbia Pictures comedy Shampoo back in 1975, starring Warren Beatty. In 1977, Fisher starred as Princess Leia in George Lucas's science fiction film Star Wars. At the time, she believed the script for Star Wars was fantastic, but did not expect many people to agree with her, and though her fellow actors were not close at the time, they bonded after the commercial success of the film. Continue to follow right along here on Fox 10 News Now and leave your comments and your thoughts of Carrie Fisher. Thoughts with the family and friends and her fans worldwide as they are mourning the death of a Hollywood legend. And as you can see here with the hashtag Carrie Fisher, here is what people are saying on social media right now, as you can take a look at some of the remembrances already going on right now. Steve Martin saying, when I was a young man, Carrie Fisher, she was the most beautiful creature I had ever seen. She turned out. The Academy posting, thank you, Carrie Fisher, for all that you've given us. You'll be missed. We're also seeing on social media that a lot of people today will be taking in some marathon sessions of the Star Wars franchise in honor of Carrie Fisher, to remember her and her life's work as an actress. Fisher later appeared in the Blues Brothers film as Jake's vengeful ex-lover. She's listed in the credits as Mystery Woman. While in Chicago filming the movie, her life was saved by Dan Aykroyd when she was choking on a Brussels sprout, and he performed the Heimlich maneuver on her. She appeared on Broadway in censored scenes from King Kong in 1980. That year, she reprised her role as Princess Leia in The Empire Strikes Back, and appeared as herself with her Star Wars co-stars on the cover of the July 12th, 1980 issue of Rolling Stone to promote the film. She also appeared in the Broadway production back in 1982. In 1983, Fisher returned to the role of Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi and posed in the Princess Leia metal bikini on the cover of the summer 1983 issue of Rolling Stone to promote the film. The iconic costume later achieved a following of its own. Fisher is one of the few actors or actresses to star in films with both John and Jim Belushi, later appearing with the latter in the film The Man with One Red Shoe. She appeared in the Woody Allen film Hannah and Her Sisters back in 1986. In 1990, Columbia Pictures released a film version of Postcards from the Edge, adapted for the screen by Fisher and starring Meryl Streep, Shirley MacLaine, and Dennis Quaid. Fisher appeared in the fantasy comedy film Drop Dead Fred back in 1991 and played a therapist in Austin Powers' International Man of Mystery in '97. During the 1990s, Fisher also published the novels Surrender the Pink and Delusions of Grandma. Fisher also did uncredited script work for movies such as Lethal Weapon 3, where she wrote some of Rene Russo's dialogue, Outbreak, and The Wedding Singer. In the film Scream 3 back in 2000, Fisher played an actress mistaken for Carrie Fisher. In 2001, Fisher played a nun in the Kevin Smith comedy Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Besides acting and writing original works, Fisher was one of the top script doctors in Hollywood, working on the screenplays of other writers. She did uncredited polishes on movies in a 15-year stretch from 1991 to 2005 and was hired by the creator of Star Wars, George Lucas, to polish scripts for his 1992 TV series, The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, as well as the dialogue for the Star Wars prequel scripts. Her expertise in the area was the reason she was chosen as one of the interviewers for the screenwriting documentary Dreams on Spec in 2007. In an interview in 2004, Fisher said she no longer did much script doctoring, but during the height of her career as a script doctor and rewriter, she worked on Hook, Lethal Weapon 3, and Sister Act, Made in America, Last Action Hero, and So I Married an Axe Murderer, My Girl 2, Milk Money, The River Wild, and Love Affair, Outbreak, The Mirror Has Two Faces, The Wedding Singer, The Out-of-Towners, and Star Wars Episode 1. In 2010, HBO aired a feature-length documentary based on a special live performance of Fisher's Wishful Drinking stage production. Fisher also appeared on the 7th season of Entourage in the summer of 2010. Take a look at, again, what social media is. People are reaching out all over the world right now with the hashtag Carrie Fisher as they remember a Hollywood legend. In her personal life, Fisher dated musician Paul Simon from 1977 until 1983. In 1980, she was briefly engaged to actor and comedian Dan Aykroyd, who proposed on the set of their film The Blues Brothers. She said, "We had rings, we got blood tests, the whole shot. Then I got back together with Paul Simon." Fisher was married to Simon from August of 1983 to July of 1984, and they dated again for a time after their divorce. During their marriage, she appeared in Simon's music video for the song Fisher also had a close relationship with James Blunt. While working on his album Back to Bedlam in 2003, Blunt spent much of his time at Fisher's residence. When Vanity Fair's George Wayne asked Fisher if their relationship was sexual, she replied, "Absolutely not, but I did become his therapist." Fisher publicly discussed her diagnosis of bipolar disorder and her addictions to cocaine and prescription medication, including an appearance on ABC's 2020 and The Secret Life of the Manic Depressive with Stephen Fry for the BBC. She said that her drug use was a form of self-medication, using pain medication to dial down the manic aspect of her bipolar disorder. She was quoted as saying, "Drugs made me feel normal. They contained me." She discussed her 2008 memoir, Wishful Drinking, and various topics Matt Lauer on NBC's Today that same year, and also revealed that she would have turned down the role of Princess Leia had she realized it would give her the celebrity status that made her parents' lives very difficult. Fisher revealed in another interview that she took cocaine during the filming of The Empire Strikes Back. She's quoted as saying, "Slowly I realized I was doing a bit more drugs than other people and losing my choice in the matter." In 1985, after months of sobriety, she accidentally overdosed on a combination of prescription medication and sleeping pills. She was rushed to the hospital, creating the turn of events that led to much of the material in her novel and screenplay, Postcards from the Edge. And continue to share your thoughts and your feelings right now as you are learning of the death of Carrie Fisher, who died today at the age of 60. Back on December 23rd, last Friday, Fisher experienced a medical emergency, later announced to have been a cardiac arrest while on a flight from London to LA. A fellow actor seated near Fisher reported that she had stopped breathing. A passenger on board the flight performed CPR on Fisher until paramedics arrived. After being taken to Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center by ambulance, she was placed on a ventilator. Fisher was reported to have been stabilized while in the hospital, but Todd Fisher later said he could not classify his sister's condition and that she was still in the intensive care unit. On December 25th, Debbie Reynolds said her daughter was stable and that any updates would be shared by the family. Carrie Fisher also helped to write numerous movies as well, including The Wedding Singer, The Out-of-Towners, and Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Coyote Ugly, Scream 3, Star Wars Episode 2, Intolerable Cruelty, in 2005, Women in Film and Video, DC recognized Fisher with the Women of Vision Award. Fisher also worked on Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Star Wars Episode 3 as well. In 2016, Harvard College gave Fisher its annual Outstanding Lifetime Achievement Award in Cultural Humanism, noting that her forthright activism and outspokenness about addiction, mental illness have advanced public discourse on these issues with creativity and empathy. Carrie Fisher made her feature film debut opposite Warren Beatty in the 1975 hit Shampoo, and was also an accomplished author who detailed her experiences with addiction and mental illness in several best-selling books. Continue to leave your comments right there in the comments section. Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news here for you. Unfortunately, we are talking about another death in 2016. The list continues to grow longer of people that we are losing in this year. We are just days away from 2017, and many of you are saying, when will this year be over? In April of 1978, she appeared as the love interest in Ringo Starr's 1978 TV special Ringo. The next month, she appeared alongside John Ritter, who had also appeared in Ringo in the ABC TV film Leave Yesterday Behind, as a horse trainer who helps Ritter's character after an accident leaves him a paraplegic. At this time, Fisher appeared with Lawrence Oliver and Joanne Woodward in the anthology series Lawrence Oliver Presents, in a television version of the William Inge play Comeback, Little Shelba. That November, she appeared as Princess Leia in the 1978 TV production Star Wars Holiday Special and sang in the last scene. Carrie Fisher, best known as the iconic double bun hairdo wearing Princess Leia in the Star Wars franchise, died today. She was 60. It was a very deep sadness that Billie Lourd confirms that her beloved mother, Carrie Fisher, passed away at 8:55 this morning. A representative for Lourd told FoxNews.com. She was loved by the world, and she will be missed profoundly. Fisher starred in a host of popular 1980s movies, was married or engaged to famous singers and actors, suffered from bipolar disorder and drug addiction, and eventually became a mental health advocate. She had a medical emergency while on a flight from London to LA on December 23rd, during which she stopped breathing. She was later taken to an intensive care unit, but never recovered. Fisher was born on October 21st, 1956, with showbiz literally in her blood, the daughter of singer Eddie Fisher and actress Debbie Reynolds. Carrie appeared at the age of 15 in the Broadway show Irene, which Reynolds starred in, but the theater cost her school time and contributed to Fisher never finishing high school. She first appeared on the movie screen in 1975's Shampoo, though her career took off when she was cast as Princess Leia in the Star Wars film, which was released back in 1977. She would go on to reprise the role in subsequent films, most recently appearing in 2015's Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Fisher revealed in her 2016 autobiography that she had an affair with Star Wars co-star Harrison Ford for 3 months in 1976. In the 1980s, Fisher appeared in a string of Hollywood hits, including The Blues Brothers, Hannah and Her Sisters, The Burbs, and When Harry Met Sally. Her romantic life also heated up during the decade. Fisher dated Paul Simon until 1983, and about a year later married to the singer-songwriter again for about a year. In between stints with Simon, she dated and was briefly engaged to Blues Brothers co-star Dan Aykroyd in 1980. She had a child, Billie Catherine Lourd, in 1992 with talent agent Brian Lourd, though Lourd later left Fisher for a man. Fisher appeared to reflect on the relationship with Lourd in her 2004 book, The Best Awful There Is, in which the character Suzanne is loosely based on Fisher's life. She had a child with someone who forgot to tell her he was gay, he forgot to tell her, and she forgot to notice. Best Awful was the fifth and final of Fisher's novels, though she later wrote 3 nonfiction books, including 2016's The Princess Diarist. A talented writer, she helped rework screenplays for Sister Act, Last Action Hero, and The Wedding Singer. Fisher also continued her acting career later in life, often appearing as herself in comedic turns on television shows. Somewhat out of character, she provided the voice of Angela on Family Guy from 2005 to 2016. Her last projects were in 2 yet-to-be-released films, Wonderwall and as Leia in Star Wars. Fisher also publicly struggled with bipolar disorder and abused painkillers and cocaine. She said in 2008 that she received therapy treatments every 6 weeks at one point. Fisher became an outspoken advocate for those battling mental illness and received an annual Outstanding Lifetime Achievement Award in Cultural Humanism from Harvard back in 2016. Many of you saying that nothing has gone right in 2016 with so many Hollywood legends passing away this year already. Robert Thompson, a professor of pop culture at Syracuse University, said 2016 was a really, really bad year for the family. If we consider the body of people that are nationally known and recognized and consider that as a certain kind of family. Muhammad Ali, the heavyweight boxing champion, died on June 3rd at 74 years old. The sudden demise of Prince shocked fans from Minnesota all across the world. The 57-year-old singer-songwriter hitmaker was found dead in his Paisley Park, Minnesota home back in April. David Bowie also passed away this year. John Glenn just passed away as well. Former First Lady Nancy Reagan died March 6th. Arnold Palmer, the gentleman golfer, hailed as the king, died back in September. We have a long list of people that have passed away, but most recently right now, the Hollywood legend, Carrie Fisher. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Continue to leave your thoughts about Carrie, maybe your favorite movie, maybe your favorite memory of Carrie, maybe from a movie, maybe from a TV show. Let us know there on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Also going to be showing you some of the latest tweets just coming on from around the world right now. As you can see just how fast these are updating as people from all over the world are remembering this Hollywood legend. Take a look as we continue to scroll here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Some people saying Carrie Fisher not being here makes bipolar disorder already feel much lonelier. Her advocacy for mental illness was inspiring. See, many are saying, may the force be with her. A lot of people reaching out from all over the world right now. You guys are continuing to watch live coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. One person saying some don't realize Disney owns Star Wars now, so that makes Carrie Fisher's Leia a Disney princess. It was a good run, wasn't it? You will be missed, Princess Carrie Fisher. Hashtag RIP Carrie Fisher. Continuing here as we're looking at tweets from all over the world here, as people are taking out and wanting to remember one of their favorites. Another one, RIP Carrie Fisher, another horrible loss. Witty, outspoken, wry critic of the BS of her industry. I love Leia, but loved Carrie more. Definitely a disturbance in the force today. Rest in peace, Carrie. Hashtag Carrie Fisher. Continuing to look here on social media from all across the world. One person saying, Princess Leia is dead, Trump is president, Kanye's hair is blonde and pink. I feel a great disturbance in the force. Hashtag Carrie Fisher. 2016 pauses in the doorway, turns back, and kicks us one more time. Such a sad day. Carrie Fisher was truly a legend, and we'll miss her greatly. We'll continue to look at some of the very latest tweets in just a little bit moments. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we do remember Carrie Fisher. We've seen so many amazing tributes already on Twitter and Facebook, and those memories and those thoughts will continue to pour in throughout the day. But I think what the best thing that Carrie Fisher left us all was her artwork. Think about it. We can always watch her now whenever we want to. So I know a lot of you today and this coming weekend and into the new year, you are going to be showcasing a lot of Star Wars films at your house to honor her, to remember her beautiful work of art that gave us memories for a lifetime. So we thank you, Carrie Fisher, for doing what you did best, for being a spark on the film and showcasing your ultimate treasure, and that's your talent. So we thank you, Carrie Fisher, and we're going to continue to honor you, just not here in 2016, but forever, because the Force is very, very strong with you. Folks, continue to leave your thoughts and your messages. You've been doing such a great job of pouring out your thoughts and your memories of this Hollywood legend, Carrie Fisher, dead at the age of 60 today. Folks, we are continuing to look. Hashtag Carrie Fisher as people from all over the world reaching out on Twitter and Facebook and every social media platform that you can think of as they are remembering one of their favorites. Someone saying I wasn't all into the hating of 2016 thing that everyone was into. Now I am. Carrie Fisher was brilliant, bold, witty, flawed, multi-talented, and beautiful. In short, an exceptional person who will be missed. And it's a dark day for Star Wars fans, some people are saying. I want to stay in bed all day. Hashtag Carrie Fisher. Rest in peace to my hero. Thank you for teaching me more about life than any book could. You'll always have a special place in my heart. Continue to leave your thoughts, your messages here on fox10phoenix.com and everybody watching worldwide as well. On Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Carrie Fisher, actor, author, activist, filled my childhood with joy and my adulthood with strength. I never knew her as a princess, but as a champion for mental health. I don't want my life to imitate art. I want my life to be art. Hashtag Carrie Fisher. Another one of the greats. 2016, you suck. These are what people are putting on Twitter right now as we're taking a look at the very popular hashtag Carrie Fisher. Some people saying 2016, please go. We'll always remember you, Carrie Fisher, and may the force be with you. Sad day, we have to say goodbye to our princess. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher. We will miss you. If you're just joining us here, everyone, I'll give you a little update here on her life. If you don't know too much about her, if you only know her from Star Wars, she is a true accomplished writer and advocate for mental awareness. Fisher starred in a host of popular 1980s movies, was married or engaged to famous singers and actors, suffered from bipolar disorder and drug addiction, and eventually became a mental health advocate. She had a medical emergency while on a flight from London to LA on Friday, during which she stopped breathing. She was later taken to an intensive care unit, but never recovered. Fisher was born on October 21st, 1956, with showbiz literally in her blood. The daughter of singer Eddie Fisher and actress Debbie Reynolds. Carrie appeared at the age of 15 in the Broadway show Irene, which Reynolds starred in, but the theater turn cost her school time and contributed to Fisher never finishing high school. She first appeared on the movie screen in 1975's Shampoo, though her career took off when she was cast as Princess Leia in the inaugural Star Wars film, which was released back in 1977. She would go on to reprise the role in subsequent films, most recently appearing in 2015's Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Fisher revealed in her 2016 autobiography that she had an affair with Star Wars co-star Harrison Ford for 3 months back in 1976. In the 1980s, Fisher appeared in a string of Hollywood hits, including The Blues Brothers, Hannah and Her Sisters, The Burbs, and When Harry Met Sally. Her romantic life also heated up during the decade. Fisher dated Paul Simon until 1983, and about a year later married to the singer-songwriter again for about a year. In between stints with Simon, she dated and was briefly engaged to Blues Brother co-star Dan Aykroyd in 1980. She had a child, Billy Catherine Lord, in 1992 with talent agent Brian Lord, though Lord later left Fisher for a man. Fisher also continued her acting career later in life, often appearing as herself in comedic turns on television shows. Somewhat out of character, she provided the voice of Angela on Family Guy from 2005 to 2016. Her last projects were in 2 yet-to-be-released films, Wonderwall and as Leia in the upcoming new Star Wars film. Fisher also publicly struggled with bipolar disorder and abused painkillers and cocaine. She said in 2008 that she received therapy treatments every 6 weeks at one point. Fisher became an outspoken advocate for those battling mental illness and received an annual Outstanding Lifetime Achievement Award in Cultural Humanism. Continuing to look here on Twitter as remembrances and memories are still pouring in from all over the world. The princess every fangirl wanted to be. R.I.P. to Carrie Fisher. We love you, Princess. Someone on Twitter here as we continue to look back at the life, the career, and the many memories of Carrie Fisher. And we are continuing to take a look here now on Twitter. People remembering from all over the world. Vanity putting this out. Carrie Fisher's family mourns the actress. Thank you to everyone who has embraced her gifts and talents. She was once quoted as saying, "I find it unappealing," Fisher said of her mental illness in a 2004 Los Angeles Times profile. She said, "But there is a part of this illness that is funny. I don't understand the stigma. I understand funny. It is what I do. Because I have the sense of humor I have, things don't prey on me long, and that's why I have it. If I didn't, I would be in pain. If my life weren't funny, it would just be true, and that would be unacceptable." In her book, Wishful Drinking, Fisher wrote the beginning of her ideal obituary. The remark came as the punchline to an anecdote about Star Wars director George Lucas telling Fisher that Princess Leia couldn't wear a bra in space because, by his logic, it would kill the character. She said, "I think that this would make for a fantastic obituary," she wrote. "I tell my younger friends that no matter how I go, I want it reported that I drowned in moonlight, strangled by my own bra." She was nominated 2 times for a Primetime Emmy Award, the first coming back in 2008 for Outstanding Guest Actress in a Comedy Series for 30 Rock, and then an Outstanding Variety Music or Comedy Special in 2011 for Wishful Drinking. There is a little slideshow of Carrie Fisher, 1956 to 2016. Princess Leia, we will miss you. Fisher is best known for her role as Princess Leia in the Star Wars series, co-starring Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford. She reprised the role in 3 sequels, including 2015's Star Wars The Force Awakens. Fisher is also known for her roles in Woody Allen's 1986 film Hannah and Her Sisters, her supporting role in When Harry Met Sally, and The Blues Brothers. Fisher has penned several books, including her 2016 memoir, The Princess Diarist. Her first book, novel, Postcards from the Edge, was somewhat based on her life. It fictionized real-life events from her life, including her drug addiction and her relationship with her mother. It became a bestseller, and it was later adapted into a movie starring Meryl Streep, Dennis Quaid, and Shirley MacLaine. She also wrote Surrender the Pink, Delusions of Grandma, and several screenplays. The actress is also known for her no-holds-barred accounts for her struggles with addictions and mental illness. She has publicly discussed her bipolar diagnosis and her substance abuse. While discussing her 2008 memoir, Wishful Drinking, with Matt Lauer, Fisher said if she had known how big of a hit Star Wars would become, she would have turned down the role of Princess Leia. Fisher was briefly engaged to comedian Dan Aykroyd in 1980, who she worked with on the Blues Brothers. They broke up, and Fisher got back together with her ex-boyfriend, Paul Simon. And Fisher married in 1983 and divorced in 1984. They dated again after their divorce, and Simon's song, Hearts and Bones, is about their relationship. Fisher was born in Beverly Hills, California, the daughter of singer Eddie Fisher and actress Debbie Reynolds. Her younger brother is producer and actor Todd Fisher, and her half-sisters are actresses Jolie Fisher and Trisha Leigh Fisher, whose mother is singer and actress Connie Stevens. When Fisher was 2, her parents divorced after her father left Reynolds for her mother's close friend, actress Elizabeth Taylor, the widow of her father's best friend, Mike Todd. The following year, her mother married Harry Carl, owner of a shoe store chain, who secretly spent Reynolds' life savings. Fisher hid in books as a child, becoming known in her family as the bookworm. She spent her earliest years reading classic literature and writing poetry. She attended Beverly Hills High School until at the age of 15, she appeared as a debutante and singer in the hit Broadway revival, Irene, which starred her mother. This activity interfered with her education, and she never graduated from high school. In 1973, Fisher enrolled at London's Central School of Speech and Drama, which she attended for 18 months. And in 1978, Fisher was accepted into Sarah Lawrence College, where she planned to study the arts. However, she left before graduating due to conflicts in filming Star Wars. Fisher made her film debut in the Columbia Pictures comedy Shampoo, starring Warren Beatty, Julie Christie, and Goldie Hawn, with Lee Grant and Jack Warden as her characters' parents. In 1977, Fisher starred as Princess Leia in George Lucas's science fiction blockbuster Star Wars, opposite Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford. At the time, she believed the script for Star Wars was fantastic, but did not expect many people to agree with her, and though her fellow actors were not close at the time, they bonded after the commercial success of the film. During filming, she had an affair with Ford, who was then married, which she stated was so intense it was Han and Leia during the week and Carrie and Harrison during the weekend. In April of 1978, she appeared as the love interest in Ringo Starr's 1978 TV special, Ringo. The next month, she appeared alongside John Ritter, who had also appeared in Ringo in the ABC TV film Leave Yesterday Behind, as a horse trainer who helps Ritter's character after an accident leaves him a paraplegic. At the time, Fisher appeared with Lawrence Oliver and Joanne Woodward in the anthology series Lawrence Oliver Presents, in a television version of the William Inge play Comeback, Little Shelba. That November, she appeared as Princess Leia in the 1978 TV production Star Wars Holiday Special and sang in the last scene. In the film Scream 3 in 2000, Fisher played an actress mistaken for Carrie Fisher. In 2001, Fisher played a nun in the Kevin Smith comedy Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. She also co-wrote the TV comedy These Old Broads, of which she was also co-executive producer. It starred her mother, Debbie Reynolds, as well as Elizabeth Taylor, Joan Collins, and Shirley MacLaine. In this, Taylor's character, an agent, explains to Reynolds' character, an actress, that she was in an alcoholic blackout when she married the actress's husband, Freddie. Besides acting and writing original works, Fisher was one of the top script doctors in Hollywood, working on the screenplays of other writers. She did uncredited polishes on movies in a 15-year stretch from 1991 to 2005, and was hired by the creator of Star Wars, George Lucas, to polish scripts for the 1992 TV series The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, as well as the dialogue for the Star Wars prequel scripts. Her expertise in the area was the reason she was chosen as one of the interviewers for the screenwriting documentary Dreams on Spec in 2007. In an interview in 2004, Fisher said that she no longer did much script doctoring, but during the height of her career as a script doctor and rewriter, she worked on Hook, Lethal Weapon 3, Sister Act, Made in America, Last Action Hero, So I Married an Axe Murderer, My Girl 2, Milk Money, The River Wild, Love Affair, Outbreak, The Mirror Has Two Faces, The Wedding Singer, The Out of Towners, Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Coyote Ugly, Scream 3, Kate and Leopold, Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Intolerable Cruelty, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and Star Wars Episode 3. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching worldwide right now as we remember and honor Hollywood legend Carrie Fisher, dead at the age of 60. You're continuing to watch here live with us. Continue to leave your comments and your memories of Carrie, as we always will remember Princess Leia and her countless contributions to TV, film, and art. folks, we always do appreciate when you are watching here live with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you haven't already done so, I strongly suggest that you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are streaming breaking news here for you. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop content on any device that you choose, desktop, TV, tablet, or smartphone. We have you covered. We all wish that we met on better circumstances here, but unfortunately we are talking of the very breaking news that is hitting all over the world right now of the passing of Carrie Fisher. She was just 60 years old. Continue to share your comments, your thoughts, your memories of the Hollywood legend. And we'll continue to stream here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're also hearing reports of a possible mountain rescue on Camelback Mountain here in Phoenix. Once we do have a visual, we'll bring that to you live as well. Breaking news all over right now. Many people reaching out on social media also and really getting upset on the year 2016. So many people want this year to be over because countless and countless numbers of musicians, actors, people in theater have all passed away this year. It's been a year that's been really hard on the art and entertainment community.
Alert. This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are live right now with Sky Fox up in the air over Camelback Mountain. We are hearing reports of a very, very bad accident on Camelback Mountain. Trying to get you guys very latest details, but we heard that someone fell, and it may be very serious condition here. So continue to watch along with us here, folks. Sky Fox up in the air. You're watching all these aerials live right now, courtesy of our very own Sky Fox up in the air. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. When breaking news does occur, you know we have you covered. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news here for you. And sometimes that shot may go a little bit in and out, but just stay right here with us. So once we get some more confirmation here for you folks, though, but we are hearing of a very bad accident that occurred here on Camelback Mountain. Reports of this accident. This is why Sky Fox is up in the air. Stay right with us here for this breaking news alert. Let's see, as Sky Fox just pan out just a little here for us, gives us a scope of the mountain. There's been a lot of rescues in the last couple days here on this mountain. You know, you get people maybe from out of town during the Christmas break. They want to come and explore Camelback Mountain, but they just don't know how treacherous it really is until they get there and they're up too high, and then they could slip and fall, and before you know it, they are in some serious injuries here. So you can see the amount of rescue teams that are in the area, in the neighborhood right here of Camelback. Sometimes that shot will go in and out here with us. Stay with us, everyone, on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us during this breaking news alert. And folks, a lot of people saying in the chat room, hey, is this a drone? No, it's our very own Sky Fox helicopter up in the air working to get you the latest visuals here for this breaking news alert. So if you have friends, you have family in the area, hit the share button so you can alert them why there is a helicopter right now over Camelback Mountain. The latest information that we have right here for you is a technical rescue teams have made patient contact with an adult male who was base jumping and was injured upon landing. He has non-life-threatening injuries and will be removed from the canyon by a big wheel operation. So once again, that is the latest information that we have for you. A base jumping attempt that went wrong. The shot is going a little bit in and out here, folks. Stay with us as that helicopter shot sometimes loses a signal. Then we work to get it back here for you. But this was a base jumping attempt that went wrong. The man was injured upon landing. Obviously, not a good move to do base jumping, as it is a very, very dangerous attempt there, especially, you know, Camelback Mountain isn't that high up there. So, wow. Our thoughts with those first responders that are getting to that patient and hopefully going to get him the care that he needs. We're going to continue to follow this story here for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we take a live look at this Camelback rescue. continue to stay here with us. I know that shot goes a little bit in and out here, folks, but we are trying to get you the very latest details associated with this base jumper where the landing went terribly wrong, and now that person is injured. Luckily and fortunately, they have support from the first responders there. So we're working to get you this story. We have a reporter and photographer heading to the scene as well to get you the very latest details as well. You could follow along with us all day right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com, and be sure to start watching Fox 10 News starting at 5, 6, 9, and 10. We'll have it covered for you. So this was a base, we're being told that this was a base jumping attempt that went terribly wrong this afternoon for one man. One man is hurt. Fortunately, we're being told that these are non-life-threatening injuries right now, but obviously not the way that man planned for that landing to go. We're not sure yet if there was a GoPro attached to the man. Certainly there are so many times a GoPro associated with these base jumping attempts. We'll try to get that video for you in later shows here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. That is something a lot of people always want to look at, and we'll see if we could obtain that video there for you. I know that's been a top request from the viewers right now in the chat rooms of fox10phoenix.com as well as Facebook Live. Continuing to follow this breaking news alert for you at Camelback Mountain. Base jumping attempt goes terribly wrong and is sending one man to the hospital right now. First responders have already made contact with that man, and they are getting him the help and support that he needs here. So we'll continue to provide these aerial shots here for you. Sky Fox up in the air. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. When breaking news does occur, you know we're streaming it. Continuing to follow here on the Fox 10 News Downstream for you. We're continuing to follow this live breaking news alert, Camelback Mountain, where a base jumper did not stick the landing, and it went terribly, terribly wrong there. You can see first responders. Once again, we always got to thank our first responders. They get to a scene, they don't know what it's going to be like, they don't know what they are going to come across, but once again, time in and time out, they always do their very best to make a situation better here. Continuing to follow live breaking news alerts for you from around the world. Right now we are in our home state of Arizona as we continue to follow this live breaking news alert. My name is Mike Page, and just a little bit, Samia will be up next for you for the next 2 hours while we continue to follow breaking news from all over the world, including, unfortunately, the death of Carrie Fisher today. We are honoring and remembering her, dead at just the age of 60. Taken out back out live, Camelback Mountain. Base jumping attempt goes terribly wrong. Continuing to follow them out live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out for us when we're dealing with Sky Fox, and you know there's things that could get in the way of the shot right now, but we'll continue to look for those aerials here for you. But this is the news that you need to know at this time right now. Phoenix Fire and rescue crews are working in a base jumping attempt that goes terribly wrong and is going to be sending a man to the hospital here. We're working to get you guys the very latest details. We do have a crew headed to the scene. Continuing these live images here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Take a look at the first responders and the crews that are there working to get this individual off the mountain now. One man injured. Base jumping attempt goes bad.
Hello everyone, Tamia here. I'll be with you throughout the afternoon. You guys are looking at a live feed from Camelback Mountain. We apologize for our feed. It is going in and out, but bear with us. We are doing our best to bring you guys this live coverage. A man injured in a base jumping attempt gone wrong. Camelback Mountain. The location of another mountain rescue just hours earlier today. Again, viewers, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We know that our feed is going in and out. It will periodically dip to black. Our connection from the mountain is a little spotty, but we want to bring you these live images of that Camelback Mountain rescue. Okay, guys, we apologize for the spotty feed. Our feed is coming in and out. It is dipping to black periodically. A mountain rescue, Camelback Mountain specifically. Reports of a base jumper who suffered an injury from a bad landing. All right, again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We are going to cut out of this feed in just a second. All right, guys, we are going to cut out of this. I want to resume our coverage of the death of Carrie Fisher. Carrie Fisher passing away at the age of 60. Most known for her role as Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher was a known actress, writer, humorist, and advocate. We also are getting a live feed in from the USS Arizona Memorial. President Obama and Prime Minister Abe making history as the leaders of the U.S. and Japan come together 75 years after the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Hello, I got it on Japanese. It's on Japanese. The Japanese channel. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. No one's telling me anything. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, is this working? Do you have the wrong earbud? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. This is getting boring. Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. So is it working? Is it working?
The question on the homepage of foxnews.com asks, does the Japanese Prime Minister owe the United States an apology for the Pearl Harbor attack? President Obama and the Japanese Prime Minister Abe, seek reconciliation at Pearl Harbor today, putting 75 years of resentment behind them. The leaders of the U.S. and Japan are coming together at Pearl Harbor for a historic pilgrimage to the site where the bloodshed of surprise attacks thrust America into World War II. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's visit Tuesday with President Obama is powerful proof that the former enemies have transcended the recriminatory impulses that weighed down relations after the war, Japan's government has said. Although Japanese leaders have visited Pearl Harbor before, Abe will be the first to visit the memorial that now rests on the hallowed waters above the sunken USS Arizona. For Obama, it's likely the last time he will meet with a foreign leader as president, according to White House aides. It's a bookend of sorts for the president, who nearly 8 years ago invited Abe's predecessor to be the first leader that Obama hosted at the White House. For Abe, it's an act of symbolic reciprocity, coming 6 months after Obama became the first U.S. president to visit Hiroshima in Japan, where the U.S. dropped an atomic bomb in hopes of ending the war. Obama's top Asia advisor in the White House, Daniel Crittenbrink, said this visit and the president's visit to Hiroshima earlier this year would not have been possible 8 years ago. He added, that we are here today is the result of years of efforts at all levels of our government and societies, which has allowed us to jointly and directly deal with even the most sensitive aspects of our shared history. Now, more than 2,300 Americans died on December 7, 1941, when more than 300 Japanese fighter planes and bombers attacked. More than 1,000 others were wounded. In the ensuing years, the U.S. incarcerated roughly 120,000 Japanese Americans in internment camps before dropping atomic bombs in 1945 that killed some 140,000 people in Hiroshima and 70,000 people in Nagasaki. Abe will not apologize for Pearl Harbor, his government has said, nor did Obama apologize at Hiroshima in May, a visit that he and Abe used to emphasize their elusive aspirations for a nuclear-free future. No apology needed, said 96-year-old Alfred Rodriguez, a U.S. Navy vet who survived what President FDR called a date which will live in infamy. War is war, Rodriguez said as he looked at old photos of his military service. They were doing what they were supposed to do, and we were doing what we were supposed to do, he said. Now, after a formal meeting in the morning, Obama and Abe plan to lay a wreath aboard the USS Arizona Memorial, which is accessible only by boat. Then they'll go to the nearby Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam,
Testing
where
microphone.
both leaders will
Testing
speak.
microphone. Testing microphone. I am testing microphone. I am testing the English channel. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am testing microphone. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am testing microphone. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. I am testing microphone. I am testing the English channel. This is the English channel. Japanese to English. Someone's phone's ringing.
It's not ringing. I'm using this to test the sound.
Oh, all right. Okay.
That way you don't have to keep talking.
All right.
So if he speaks in right now, would it work right now?
Yes, channel 1.
Channel 1. Okay, so this will be channel 2. Maybe that's why.
No, he's English, right?
Yeah, he's English.
Channel 1.
Channel 1. Okay, nice. So if I do this.
Hello.
Walk out some more. You're not going to hear that.
Hello. I'm testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I am testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. I am testing microphone. How does it sound? I'm testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. I am testing microphone. Hello. I am testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. I'm testing microphone. I am testing microphone. Hello. I am testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. English channel. English channel. This is English channel. English channel. This is English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the English channel. This is an English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a sunny, fine day. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Weather is clear. Cloud is gathering, but it's okay. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it coming out okay? Is it coming out okay? The sound's clear. The sound's clear. Everything is audible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, hello. I am testing microphone. Hello. sun of the warm sun. Behind me, a striking white top of the edge is the USS Arizona. Together with President Obama, I paid a visit to that point, the resting place for many soldiers. It was a place which brought utter silence to me. Inscribed there are the names of the servicemen who lost their lives. Sailors and Marines hailing from California and New York, Michigan and Texas, and various other places, serving to uphold their noble duty of protecting the homeland they lost their lives amidst the searing flames that sailors and Marines hailing from California and New York, Michigan and Texas, and various other places, serving to uphold their noble duty of protecting the homeland they loved, lost their lives amidst searing flames that day. Aerial bombing tore the USS Arizona in two. Even 75 years later, the USS Arizona, now at rest atop the seabed, is the final resting place for sailors and Marines. Listening again as I focus my senses alongside the song of the breeze and the rumble of the rolling waves, I can almost discern the voices of those crewmen, voices of lively conversations, upbeat and at ease on that day on the Sunday morning, voices of young servicemen talking to each other about their futures and dreams, voices calling out the names of loved ones in their very final moments.
Hey, you want two?
The happiness of children stored upon
Check.
each and every one
Check.
of those servicemen had money
Now,
and a father.
if y'all gonna cut it, don't cut the microphone.
Many and boys and girlfriends that many imagine they would have loved to watch. All of that was brought to an end when I contemplate that solemn reality. I am rendered entirely speechless. Rest in peace, precious souls of all. With that overwhelming sentiment, I cast flowers on behalf of Japanese people upon the waters where those sailors and Marines sleep. President Obama, the people of the United States of America, and the people around the world. As the Prime Minister of Japan, I offer my sincere and everlasting condolences to the souls of those who lost their lives here, as well as to the spirits of all the brave men and women who even to an enemy they fought against, trying to understand even an enemy that they hated. Therein lies the spirit of tolerance embraced by the American people. When the war ended and Japan was a nation in burned-out ruins as far as the eye could see, suffering under anti-poverty, it was the United States and its good people that unstintingly sent us food to eat and clothes to wear. The Japanese people managed to survive and make their way toward the future thanks to the sweaters and milk sent by the American people. And it was the United States that opened up the path for Japan to return to the international community once more after the war. Under the leadership of the United States, Japan, as a member of the free world, was able to enjoy peace and prosperity. The goodwill and assistance you extended to us Japanese, the enemy you had fought so fiercely, together with the tremendous spirit of tolerance, were etched deeply into the hearts and minds of our grandfathers and mothers. We also remember them. Our children and grandchildren will also continue to pass these memories down and never forget what you did for us. The words passed through my mind. Those words inscribed on the wall at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., where I visited with President Obama. With malice toward none, with charity for all, let us strive on to do all which may achieve and cherish a lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. These are the words of President Abraham Lincoln. On behalf of the Japanese people, I hereby wish to express once again my heartfelt gratitude to the United States and to the world for the tolerance extended to Japan. It has now been 75 years since that Pearl Harbor. Japan and the United States, which fought a fierce war that will go down in the annals of human history, have become allies with deep and strong ties rarely found anywhere. We are allies that will tackle together to an even greater degree than ever before the many challenges covering the globe. Ours is an alliance of hope that will lead us to the future. What has bonded us together is the power of reconciliation made possible through the spirit of tolerance. What I want to appeal to the people of the world here at Pearl Harbor, together with President Obama, is this power of reconciliation. Even today, the horrors of war have not been eradicated from the surface of the world. There is no end to the spiral where hatred creates hatred. The world needs the spirit of tolerance and the power of reconciliation now, and especially now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly.
Now, President Obama and Prime Minister Abe formally met this morning. After that meeting, they plan to lay a wreath aboard the USS Arizona Memorial, which is accessible only by boat. They then will be speaking at nearby Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. Obama and Abe signed off on this visit last month when they met in Peru on the sidelines of an economic summit. Though the parallels with Obama's Hiroshima visit are palpable, both governments said that one visit wasn't contingent on the other. Meanwhile, China has criticized Abe's visit as an insecure attempt to absolve Japan of its wartime aggression. A Chinese foreign ministry spokeswoman said, quote, "Trying to liquidate the history of World War II by paying a visit to Pearl Harbor and consoling the dead is just wishful thinking on Japan's part," end quote. She added, "Japan can never turn this page over without reconciliation from China and other victimized countries in Asia. Japanese leaders should stop being so evasive and dodging and instead take a responsible attitude toward history and future, deeply and sincerely reflect upon the history of aggressive war and draw a clear break with the past." Now, Abe's visit is not without political risk given the Japanese people's long emotional reckoning with their nation's aggression in the war. Though the history books have largely deemed Pearl Harbor a surprise attack, Japan's government insisted as recently as this month that it had intended to give the U.S. prior notice that it was declaring war and failed only because of bureaucratic bungling. There's this sense of guilt, if you like, among Japanese, this Pearl Harbor syndrome, that we did something very unfair. A minister in the Embassy of Japan in Washington said, "I think the Prime Minister's visit will, in a sense, absolve that kind of complex that Japanese people have." Now, since the war, the U.S. and Japan have built a powerful alliance that both sides say has grown stronger during Obama's tenure. There are questions about what the relationship will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Now, during the campaign, Trump suggested that Japan and South Korea should obtain nuclear weapons so the U.S. would no longer be burdened with costs of defending them, a disquieting notion in many Asian capitals. But after Trump's election, Abe became the first foreign leader to meet with him, sitting down in Trump Tower with the business mogul and Trump's daughter, Ivanka. Though no Japanese prime minister has visited the U.S. Arizona Memorial, former Japanese leader Shigeru Yoshida visited Pearl Harbor in 1951, 6 years after Japan surrendered. He stopped there on his way home from signing the San Francisco Peace Treaty with the U.S. and others and paid a courtesy visit to the office of Admiral Arthur W.R. Bradford. Other prime ministers have since visited Pearl Harbor and the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, known as Punch Bowl. And it looks like we just lost the feed for a second, but the feed has returned. It is a bit frozen. Let me see if we can fix that feed for you now.
getting ready to go to the remarks now. And we're going to be playing catch up.
Alright guys, looks like we have lost that feed. Oh, looks like we have gotten the feed back. Thank you for staying with us. We're waiting now for President Obama and Prime Minister Abe to take the stage and speak about this historic visit.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Doc over there taking pictures and shit.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Japan.
President Obama, Commander Harris, ladies and gentlemen, and all American citizens, I stand here at Pearl Harbor as the Prime Minister of Japan. If we listen closely, we can make out the sound of restless waves breaking and then retreating again. A calm inlet of brilliant blue is radiant with the gentle sparkle of the warm sun. Behind me, a striking white form atop the azure is the USS Arizona Memorial. Together with President Obama, I paid a visit to that memorial, the resting place for many souls. It was a place which brought utter silence to me. Inscribed there are the names of the servicemen who lost their lives. Sailors and Marines hailing from California and New York, Michigan and Texas, and various other places, serving to uphold their noble duty of protecting the homeland they loved, lost their lives. Amidst searing flames that day when aerial bombing tore the USS Arizona in two. Even 75 years later, the USS Arizona, now at rest atop the seabed, is the final resting place for a tremendous number of sailors and Marines. Listening again as I focus my senses alongside the song of the breeze and the rumble of the rolling waves, I can almost discern the voices of those crewmen. Voices of lively conversations, upbeat and at ease on that day, on a Sunday morning. Voices of young servicemen talking to each other about their futures and dreams. Voices calling out the names of loved ones in their very final moments. Voices praying for the happiness of children still unborn. Each and every one of those servicemen had a mother and a father anxious about his safety. Many had wives and girlfriends they loved. And many must have had children they would have loved to watch grow up. all of that was brought to an end. When I contemplate that solemn reality, I am rendered entirely speechless. Rest in peace, precious souls of the fallen. With that overwhelming sentiment, I cast flowers on behalf of Japanese people upon the waters where those sailors and Marines sleep. President Obama, the people of the United States of America, and the people around the world, as the Prime Minister of Japan, I offer my sincere and everlasting condolences to the souls of those who lost their lives here, as well as to the spirits of all the brave men and women whose lives were taken by a war that commenced in this very place, and also to the souls of the countless innocent people who became victims of the war. We must never repeat the horrors of war again. This is the solemn vow we, the people of Japan, have taken, and since the war, we have created a free and democratic country that values the rule of law and has resolutely upheld our vow never again to wage war. We, the people of Japan, will continue to uphold this unwavering principle while harboring quiet pride in the path we have walked as a peace-loving nation over these 70 years since the war ended. To the souls of the servicemen who lie in eternal rest aboard the USS Arizona, to the American people, and to all peoples around the world, I pledge that unwavering vow here as the Prime Minister of Japan. Yesterday, at the Marine Corps Base Hawaii in Kaneohe Bay, I visited the memorial marker for an Imperial Japanese Navy officer. He was a fighter pilot by the name of Commander Fusata Ida, who was hit during the attack on Pearl Harbor and gave up on returning to his aircraft carrier. He went back instead and died. It was not Japanese who erected a marker at the site that Ida's fighter plane crashed. It was U.S. servicemen who had been on the receiving end of his attack. Applauding the bravery of the dead pilot, they erected this stone marker. On the marker, his rank at that time is inscribed Lieutenant, Imperial Japanese Navy, showing the respect toward a serviceman who gave his life for his country. The brave respect the brave. So wrote Ambrose Bierce in a famous poem. Showing respect even to an enemy they fought against, trying to understand even an enemy that they hated,
Therein lies the spirit of tolerance embraced by the American people. When the war ended and Japan was a nation in burnt-out ruins as far as the eye could see, suffering under abject poverty, it was the United States and its good people that unstintingly sent us food to eat and clothes to wear. The Japanese people managed to survive and make their way toward the future thanks to the sweaters and milk sent by the American people. And it was the United States that opened up the path for Japan to return to the international community once more after the war. Under the leadership of the United States, Japan, as a member of the free world, was able to enjoy peace and prosperity. The goodwill and assistance you extended to us Japanese, the enemy you had fought so fiercely, together with a tremendous spirit of tolerance, were etched deeply into the hearts and minds of our grandfathers and mothers. We also remember them. Our children and grandchildren will also continue to pass these memories down and never forget what you did for us. The words passed through my mind. Those words inscribed on the wall at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., where I visited with President Obama. With malice toward none, with charity for all, let us strive on to do all which may achieve and cherish a lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. These are the words of President Abraham Lincoln. On behalf of the Japanese people, I hereby wish to express once again my heartfelt gratitude to the United States and to the world for the tolerance extended to Japan. It has now been 75 years since that Pearl Harbor. Japan and the United States, which fought a fierce war that will go down in the annals of human history, have become allies with deep and strong ties rarely found anywhere in history. We are allies that will tackle together to an even greater degree than ever before the many challenges covering the globe. Ours is an alliance of hope that will lead us to the future. What has bonded us together is the power of reconciliation made possible through the spirit of tolerance. What I want to appeal to the people of the world here at Pearl Harbor, together with President Obama, is this power of reconciliation. Even today, the horrors of war have not been eradicated from the surface of the world. There is no end to the spiral where hatred creates hatred. The world needs the spirit of tolerance and the power of reconciliation now, and especially now. Japan and the United States, which have eradicated hatred and cultivated friendship and trust on the basis of common values, are now, and especially now, taking responsibility for appealing to the world about the importance of tolerance and the power of reconciliation. That is precisely why the Japan-U.S. alliance is an alliance of hope. The inlet gazing at us is tranquil as far as the eye can see. Pearl Harbor. It is precisely this beautiful inlet, shimmering like pearls, that is a symbol of tolerance and reconciliation. It is my wish that our Japanese children and President Obama, your American children, and indeed their children and grandchildren and people all around the world will continue to remember Pearl Harbor as the symbol of reconciliation. We will spare no efforts to continue our endeavors to make that wish a reality. Together with President Obama, I hereby make my steadfast pledge. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister Abe, on behalf of the American people, thank you for your gracious words. Thank you for your presence here today. A historic gesture that speaks to the power of reconciliation and the alliance between the American and Japanese peoples. A reminder that even the deepest wounds of war can give way to friendship and lasting peace. Distinguished guests, members of our armed forces, and most of all, survivors of Pearl Harbor and their loved ones. Aloha. To Americans, especially to those of us who call Hawaii home, this harbor is a sacred place. As we lay a wreath or toss flowers into waters that still weep, we think of the more than 2,400 American patriots, fathers and husbands, wives and daughters, manning heaven's rails for all eternity. We salute the defenders of Oahu, who pulled themselves a little straighter every December 7th, and we reflect on the heroism that's shown here 75 years ago. As dawn broke that December day, paradise never seemed so sweet. The water was warm and impossibly blue. Sailors ate in the mess hall or readied themselves for church, dressed in crisp white shorts and t-shirts. In the harbor, ships at anchor floated in neat rows. The California, the Maryland, and the Oklahoma, the Tennessee, the West Virginia, and the Nevada. On the deck of the Arizona, the Navy band was tuning up. That morning, the ranks on men's shoulders defined them less than the courage in their hearts. Across the island, Americans defended themselves however they could, firing training shells, working old bolt-action rifles. An African-American mess steward, who would typically be confined to cleaning duties, carried his commander to safety and then fired an anti-aircraft gun until he ran out of ammo. We honor Americans like Jim Downey, a gunner's mate, first class of the West Virginia. Before he raced to the harbor, his new bride pressed into his hand a verse of scripture. The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. As Jim fought to save his ship, he simultaneously gathered the names of the fallen so that he could give closure to their families. He said, "It was just something you do." We remember Americans like Harry Pang, a fireman from Honolulu who, in the face of withering fire, worked to douse burning planes until he gave his last full measure of devotion. One of the only civilian firefighters ever to receive the Purple Heart. We salute Americans like Chief Petty Officer John Finn, who manned a .50 caliber machine gun for more than 2 hours and was wounded more than 20 times, earning him our nation's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor. And it is here that we reflect on how war tests our most enduring values. How even as Japanese Americans were deprived of their own liberty during the war, one of the most decorated military units in the history of the United States was the 442nd Infantry Regiment and its 100th Infantry Battalion, the Japanese American Nisei. In that 442nd served my friend and proud Hawaiian Daniel Inouye, a man who was a senator from Hawaii for most of my life and with whom I would find myself proud to serve in the Senate chamber. A man who was not only the recipient of the Medal of Honor and the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but was one of the most distinguished statesmen of his generation as well. Here at Pearl Harbor, America's first battle of the Second World War roused a nation. Here, in so many ways, America came of age. A generation of Americans, including my grandparents, that greatest generation, they did not seek war, but they refused to shrink from it. And they all did their part on fronts and in factories. And while 75 years later, the proud ranks of Pearl Harbor survivors have thinned with time, the bravery we recall here is forever etched in our national heart. I would ask all our Pearl Harbor and World War II veterans who are able to please stand or raise your hands, because a grateful nation thanks you. The character of nations is tested in war, but it is defined in peace. After one of the most horrific chapters in human history, one that took not tens of thousands, but tens of millions of lives, with ferocious fighting across this ocean, the United States and Japan chose friendship, and they chose peace. Over the decades, our alliance has made both of our nations more successful. It has helped underwrite an international order that has prevented another world war and that has lifted more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. Today, the alliance between the United States and Japan, bound not only by shared interests but also rooted in common values, stands as the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific and a force for progress around the globe. Our alliance has never been stronger. In good times and in bad, we are there for each other. Recall 5 years ago, when a wall of water bore down on Japan and reactors in Fukushima melted. America's men and women in uniform were there to help our Japanese friends. Across the globe, the United States and Japan worked shoulder to shoulder to strengthen the security of the Asia-Pacific and the world, turning back piracy, combating disease, slowing the spread of nuclear weapons, keeping the peace in war-torn lands. Earlier this year, near Pearl Harbor, Japan joined with 24 nations in the world's largest maritime military exercise. And that included our forces from U.S. Pacific Command, led by Admiral Harry Harris, the son of an American naval officer and a Japanese mother. Harry was born in Yokosuka, but you wouldn't know it from his Tennessee twang. Thank you, Harry, for your outstanding leadership. In this sense, our presence here today, the connection is not just between our governments, but between our people. The presence of Prime Minister Abe here today remind us of what is possible between nations and between peoples. Wars can end. The most bitter of adversaries can become the strongest of allies. The fruits of peace always outweigh the plunder of war. This is the enduring truth of this hallowed harbor. It is here that we remember that even when hatred burns hottest, even when the tug of tribalism is at its most primal, we must resist the urge to turn inward. We must resist the urge to demonize those who are different. The sacrifice made here, the anguish of war, reminds us to seek that divine spark that is common to all humanity. It insists that we strive to be what our Japanese friends called otagai no tameni, with and for each other. That's the lesson of Captain William Callahan of the Missouri. Even after an attack on his ship, he ordered that the Japanese pilot be laid to rest with military honors, wrapped in a Japanese flag sewn by American sailors. It's the lesson in turn of the Japanese pilot who, years later, returned to this harbor, befriended an old Marine bugler, and asked him to play taps and lay 2 roses at this memorial every month, one for America's fallen and one for Japan's. It's a lesson our two peoples learn every day in the most ordinary of ways, whether it's Americans studying in Tokyo, young Japanese studying across America, scientists from our two nations together unraveling the mysteries of cancer or combating climate change, exploring the stars. It's a baseball player like Ichiro lighting up a stadium in Miami, buoyed by the shared pride of two peoples, both American and Japanese, united in peace and friendship. As nations and as people, we cannot choose the history that we inherit, but we can choose what lessons to draw from it and use those lessons to chart our own futures. Prime Minister Abe, I welcome you here in the spirit of friendship, as the people of Japan have always welcomed me. I hope that together we send a message to the world that there is more to be won in peace than in war, that reconciliation carries more rewards than retribution. Here in this quiet harbor, we honor those we lost, and we give thanks for all that our two nations have won together as friends. May God hold the fallen in his everlasting arms. May he watch over our veterans and all who stand guard on our behalf. May God bless us all. Thank you.
左にいる、左離れてる。5番は戻る。壁につけて戻りますね。5番はもう、いや、右手にいる。
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until the Japanese delegation departs.
Thank you.
I can't really see it. Just try Okay, everyone, that is officially the end of the event. You watched as President Obama and Prime Minister Abe spoke with World War II vets in the crowd. A historic moment there in Hawaii. The President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Japan, visiting the USS Arizona Memorial and speaking at Pearl Harbor. Earlier this morning, the Prime Minister and the President met in a private meeting. They then spoke briefly with the press. The video was sent to us. This is tape playback of that video showing President Obama's meeting with Prime Minister Abe. I'm going to play that for you now.
All right. Good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Pool. Thank you, Pool. Head out the door. Thank you.
And that was it. A very brief public appearance between the two this morning. Now back to our other breaking news of the day. Carrie Fisher passing away at the age of 60. Carrie Fisher passing away today at the age of 60. Her daughter confirmed that she passed away at 8:55 this morning, California time. Some of you may be wondering how Carrie Fisher died. Fisher suffered a massive heart attack while flying from London to LAX on Friday. The heart attack happened just 15 minutes before she was supposed to land in Los Angeles. There was an EMT on board that tended to Carrie Fisher. Paramedics were on the scene as soon as the plane landed. They rushed her to UCLA Medical Center. Many fans were worried Friday that Carrie Fisher wouldn't make it. However, her brother told the press that his sister was in stable condition. Fans were hopeful, thinking the woman they know as Princess Leia could make it through. However, Fisher succumbed to her medical emergency today, just a few days after that heart attack. She is survived by her daughter, her brother, her dog, and many fans and friends around the world. I want to go ahead and read some tweets that were sent to me earlier about the passing of Carrie Fisher. If you have thoughts you want to share, you can always send us a tweet. We may read it on air. Beth Green sending in this message. Carrie was an amazing actress and friend. Her devotion to always make us happy will never go unnoticed. Rest in peace, my hero. Carrie Fisher, of course known for her films. She was also known for her writing and her advocacy, advocating specifically for people with mental health. One of the most beloved actresses, writers, and speakers in the world, just so happened to live with a mental illness herself. While many Americans chose to keep their mental illness hidden, and others aren't even aware that they have one in the first place, Carrie Fisher spoke candidly for more than a decade about living with bipolar disorder. Fisher, who died this morning at the age of 60, made no secret of her illness. She spoke boldly about what it's like to live with bipolar disorder, using her celebrity power to help relieve cultural stigma. She spoke to Diane Sawyer in the year 2000, saying, "I have a chemical imbalance that, in its most extreme state, will lead me to a mental hospital. I am mentally ill. I can say that. I'm not ashamed of that. I survived that. I'm still surviving it, but bring it on." Bipolar disorder, also known as manic depression, is a brain disorder marked by alternating depressive episodes and periods of elated, energized behavior. In 2011, Fisher was honored by Silver Hill Hospital for her advocacy work on behalf of people with mental illness. The actress worked relentlessly to disprove common misconceptions about bipolar disorder, namely that it was a disease people invented or could easily cure themselves. Fisher's courage came after a long period of denial, projection, and self-reflection. Doctors first diagnosed Fisher with mania in her mid-20s. It took the actress 20 years, a psychotic break, and a 2-week stint in the hospital before she could fully open about her struggles. For years, Fisher blamed herself. "I thought they told me I was manic depressive to make me feel better about being a drug addict," Fisher told Diane Sawyer back in the year 2000. "It's what you think. If you could just control yourself. You had an indulged childhood. You were a child of privilege. I don't know. That's what I thought. You're just a drug addict." Over time, Fisher, along with advocates in the community, began to speak candidly about their struggles and triumphs. Publicly, Fisher refused to pretend that living with mental illness, particularly bipolar disorder, was easy. She went on to say, "Your bones burn when you're not busy talking and trying to drown it out." Fisher also refused to believe that she and the estimated 42.5 million people who live with mental illness couldn't also have full lives outside of their disease. Fisher was shaped by bipolar disorder. She wasn't defined by it, and she wanted to make that message clear. She encouraged people with mental illness to continue to follow their dreams. Carrie Fisher advised those with mental illness to continue to follow their dreams regardless of the cultural stigma or personal limitations. She said, "Stay afraid, but do it anyway. What's important is the action. You don't have to wait to be confident. Just do it, and eventually the confidence will follow." Her words resonated. For millions of Americans, mental illness isn't something that goes away easily. Most people live with it, sometimes chronically, for the rest of their lives. Take a quick look at Carrie Fisher's website. She referred to herself as actor, author, mental health advocate. There is a tab dedicated to Star Wars. And this is what it says. "I don't remember much about things like the order we shot scenes in or who I got to know well first, nor did anyone mention that one day I would be called upon to remember any of this long ago experience. That one day soon, and then for all of the days after that, information about Star Wars would be considered desirable in the extreme, that there would be an insatiable appetite for it, as if it were food in a worldwide famine. Everywhere I looked, things were new. British crew, new. The way I was treated, new. The feeling that so many things were possible, it was difficult to name them or focus on them for long, very new. I read the dialogue and it was impossible. On my first day, I had a scene with Peter Cushing, who played Governor Tarkin. This is the scene when I was supposed to say, "I thought I recognized your foul stench when I arrived on board." Who talks like that, except maybe a pirate in the 17th century? I looked at it and thought it should be said more like, "Hey, Governor Tarkin, I knew I see you here. When I got on board this ship, I thought, my God, what is that smell? It's got to be Governor Tarkin. Everyone knows that the guy smells like a wheel of cheese that someone found in their car after 7 weeks." So I did it like that, more sardonic than emotional. Fearless and like an actual human, but not serious. Ironic, some chick from Long Island who's not scared of you or anyone you might know. And this was when George gave me the only direction that I ever received from him, other than his usual suggestion to make everything you're saying faster or more intense. He took me aside and in a very solemn voice told me, "This is a very big deal for Leia. Huge. I mean, her planet is about to get blown up by these guys. And that means everything that she knows is going to be gone forever. So you're very upset. She is very upset." I listened carefully because I was the one with most of the earnest lines. And prior to this, I didn't know whether I was going to have to deliver them earnestly. When you watch the movie, it turns out the voice I used when I was upset was vaguely British, and my not upset voice is less British. This was an excerpt from her Princess Diarist book. Her About section, Carrie's career. Scroll for the full timeline and click on an image to learn more. October 21st, 1956, Carrie Frances Fisher was born in Beverly Hills, California, the daughter of singer Eddie Fisher and actress Debbie Reynolds. Shampoo, 1975. Shampoo. In 1975, Fisher made her debut film in the Columbia comedy Shampoo, starring Warren Beatty, Julie Christie, and Goldie Hawn, with Lee Grant and Jack Warden as her characters' parents. Star Wars, 1977. In 1977, Fisher starred as Princess Leia in Star Wars, later retitled Star Wars Episode IV, A New Hope, opposite Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford. The Blues Brothers, 1980. In 1980, Fisher appeared in the Blues Brothers film as Jake's vengeful ex-lover. She is listed in the credits as the Mystery Woman. The Empire Strikes Back, 1980. In 1980, she reprised her role as Princess Leia in The Empire Strikes Back and appeared as herself with her Star Wars co-stars on the cover of the July 12, 1980 issue of Rolling Stone to promote the film. 1983, Return of the Jedi, and another Rolling Stone cover. 1983, Fisher returned to the role of Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi and posed in the Princess Leia metal bikini on the cover of the summer '83 issue of Rolling Stone. Postcards from the Edge, 1987. In 1987, Fisher published her first novel, Postcards from the Edge. It became a bestseller and she received the Los Angeles Pen Award for Best First Novel. Postcards from the Edge then turned into a film in 1990. Columbia Pictures released this film, the film version of the book, adapted for the screen by Fisher and starring Meryl Streep, Shirley MacLaine, and Dennis Quaid. She then entered a screenwriting period of her career from 1991 to 2005. Besides acting and writing original works, Fisher was one of the top script doctors in Hollywood, working on the screenplays of other writers. She did uncredited polishes on movies from 1991 to 2005. In 2005, she was awarded a Women of Vision Award by the Women in Film and Video DC. 2006, Wishful Drinking. In 2007, Fisher wrote and performed in her one-woman play Wishful Drinking at the Geffen Playhouse in LA
from November 7th, 2006 to January 14th, 2007. She then published her first autobiographical book, Wishful Drinking, based on her successful play in 2008. In 2010, HBO aired a feature-length documentary based on a special live performance of Fisher's Wishful Drinking stage production. 2011, Carrie Fisher released her nonfiction title, Shockaholic. Then you have Star Wars Episode 7 in 2015. In 2015, Fisher reprised her role of Princess Leia in Star Wars Episode 7, subtitled The Force Awakens. It was released worldwide on December 18th, 2015. Fisher was nominated for a 2016 Saturn Award for Best Supporting Actress for her portrayal. And in this last year, Fisher released The Princess Diarist, her memoir, the book based on the diaries she kept while filming the original Star Wars trilogy in the late 70s and early 80s. That is a timeline of Carrie Fisher's career as found on her personal website. There is a tab dedicated to all the books she's written. And this is what she has to say. For me, the worst part of this better than best time period was when I was being photographed. I hate having my picture taken, maybe because it was already happening at the age of 6 hours, well before I was old enough to articulate my objections with words. I was forced to protest with infant expressions and baby poison eye darts. I hated it all through my childhood, when it shouldn't have been that big of a trial because I was young and cute, even really cute depending on who you talk to. And I loathe it now, especially in this smartphone era, when anyone at any moment can take a candid shot somewhere when you're far from camera ready, i.e. most of the time. And you know it's not just a bad picture, but a scornful reminder of just how old you're getting and how fat you've gotten. Not only a reminder of what you once were, but also of what you no longer are and never will be again. And as if that wasn't enough, some stranger owns this horrific image and is free to do whatever with it in private or with his friends. The movie had been out for a few weeks and the lines were twisting around the blocks. The term blockbuster, in fact, was born because ticket lines would come to the edge of the street, pause for that asphalt interruption, and then begin again enthusiastically on the next block. I would drive by with my friends in disbelief, wondering how anything that popular could include me. One day we were driving down Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood, where the Avco cinema had what looked to me like the longest line I had seen so far. As you can imagine, I was really excited. Chuffed is the British word for it. I love how they made themselves this little world that means giddy with excitement that you're trying to suppress because you'd rather be thought of as looking kind of cool. So I stood up on the car seat and not just stuck out my head, but squeezed half my body through the sunroof, then shouted, "Hey, I'm in that. I'm the princess." This certainly caused some interest, ranging from the scornful, "What a beep" variety to the breathless, "Do you think that's really her?" "I'm in that," I repeated for those who hadn't heard me the first time. Then suddenly realizing what I had done and quickly fearing that some of these moviegoers might identify me, I slid back down in my seat and said to my friend, "Quick, drive." So she stepped onto the gas and sped away. That is another excerpt from her newest book, The Princess Diarist. You can read some of her writing by going to her website. She also has a shop. Carrie and Gary's t-shirt shop. Gary was her dog. You have this photo here, this t-shirt. Coming soon, Carrie Fisher's most popular tweets and custom designs in a variety of apparel. Be the first to know when it goes live by entering your email below. So it looks like the t-shirt shop wasn't quite up yet. The question is, will the plans go through now that Carrie Fisher has passed away? A little bit more about Gary Fisher, Carrie Fisher's dog. He himself has 67,000 followers on Instagram. You can see the last Instagram post was 5 days ago in Bruges, Belgium. The post says, "Thanks everyone for all of the follows. I love my mom and my fams." As you can see, many people sharing their thoughts and their well wishes with Gary. The last picture posted of the two together on Gary's Instagram page is right here from a week ago. Last day on the set of Catastrophe. Hashtag Gary works with his mom. Hashtag Gary Fisher. Hashtag Gary loves his mom. Hashtag Gary in London 2016. This wraps up my coverage here on News Now. I want to give you guys a quick look at the White House. Mike Page will be joining you with more News Now in just a few minutes.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you this evening. Hope everyone's having a great night so far. 4 o'clock out here in Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. We're going to take you now to the State Department daily briefing. We weren't able to show it to you live earlier today, but we wanted to make sure that you had that access to it. So we're going to show it now.
Obviously seen the same reports, an amalgamation of different allegations that somehow this was U.S. driven and pre-cooked. What I'll say, excuse me, is that we reject the notion that the United States was the driving force behind this resolution. That's just not true. The United States did not draft this resolution, nor did it put it forward. It was drafted, initially introduced, as we all know, by Egypt in coordination with the Palestinians and others. When it was clear that the Egyptians and the Palestinians would insist on bringing this resolution to a vote, and that every other country on the council would in fact support it, we made clear to others, including those on the Security Council, that further changes were needed to make the text more balanced. And that's the standard practice with regard to resolutions at the Security Council. So there's nothing new to this. You look like you're pouncing on me, but go ahead. No, we'll continue. I can continue, but if you have a, do you have a follow-up?
Okay, just keep going with this.
And this is a really important point. we also made clear at every conversation, in every conversation, that the president would make the final decision and that he would have to review the final text before making his final decision. So the idea that this was, again, pre-cooked or that we had agreed upon the text weeks in advance is just not accurate. And in fact, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we know that the US didn't draft it or put it forward. But was the US in any way coaxing on another group of countries to move ahead and go and move ahead with this resolution?
Well, again, these are, again, I think it's important to have the proper context in that, all through the fall, there was talk about, and we often got the question here, and of course we replied that we're never going to discuss hypotheticals in terms of what resolutions or what is circulating out there. But of course, there has been for some time in the fall talk about this resolution or that resolution with regard to the Middle East peace and the Israeli-Palestinian issue. So of course, in the course of those conversations, we're always making clear what our parameters are, what our beliefs are, what we need to see, or in order to even consider a resolution. That's part of the give and take of the UN.
Surely these countries, before they would move ahead, would want to get the view of, an influential member of the Security Council, of the UN, of what their position would be on this.
Well, again, I think we of course, as the draft or the text was circulated, we said, to those on the Security Council that, what further changes were needed to make the text more balanced. And in fact, we ended up, abstaining because we didn't feel it was balanced enough in the sense of, it didn't hit hard enough on the incitement to violence side of the coin. Go ahead. You look perplexed. Go ahead, say.
Did you intervene to try and balance? Was it
I
after
think
Egypt said it was bringing it forward?
once, I don't have a date certain. It was that once the Egyptians and Palestinians made it clear that they were going to advance this text or bring this resolution to a vote, and that, in fact, it would be supported by other countries.
Mr. Erekat visit to the State Department?
I don't know the date of his visit, but again, I'm not necessarily excluding that. When he did visit to the State Department, that they didn't discuss possible resolutions or anything like that in terms of draft language. But again, there was nothing pre-cooked. There was nothing. This was not some move orchestrated by the United States. Please.
Could you be clear what you just said? I heard a double negative in there. You're not precluding that they didn't discuss it. Are you saying that when
I don't have a
were
readout.
here?
Yeah, I don't have a readout of that meeting in front of me. I said I can imagine that they talked about Middle East peace broadly and efforts to reinvigorate the process. I don't know that they discussed the possible action at the UN, but of course, as I said in answer to Leslie's question, that was something that was in the mix for some months now in New York at the UN, that there might be some action taken.
And what about New Zealand when the secretary was there before Antarctica? And
Yeah.
also, I believe he had a meeting here with Mr. Shukri at some point in early December. Was the resolution discussed at either of those meetings?
Again, I
with those
can't
diplomats?
specifically say whether the resolution, but certainly if a resolution or action at the UN was discussed, it wasn't discussed in the level of detail where there was some final text. We always reserved the right with any text that was put forward, drafted and put forward, to veto it or to not take action or abstain, which is what we ended up doing.
But you advised them on how to put together a motion that the United States would feel comfortable abstaining or voting in favor of.
Well, I think what we said is, and this is not just unique to this process, but once a draft text is to the point where it's going to be put forward to a vote, of course we would provide input on what we believed was language that didn't pass or didn't allow us to vote for it.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You didn't just say, bring whatever motion you like up and we'll vote however we feel about it. You were encouraging them to bring forward a motion that you would feel comfortable not blocking.
Well, but we have to be really careful in how we're talking about this, because what the allegations, no, I don't understand that, but no, but I'm saying that some of the allegations out there, frankly, are implying that this was somehow as I said, some orchestrated action by the U.S. To pass a resolution that was negative about settlement activity in Israel. And the fact is that that's just not the case. Of course, we would always provide, when final text was going up for a vote, our opinion on where the red lines were. But I think that I think this is all a little bit of a sideshow, to be honest. That this was a resolution that we could not, in good conscience, veto, because it condemns violence, it condemned incitement, it reiterates what has long been the overwhelming consensus, international view on settlements, and it calls for the parties to take constructive steps to advance a two-state solution on the ground. There was nothing in there that would prompt us to veto that type of resolution.
But there was nothing in there because you told them not to put anything in there that would force you to veto it.
But again, but not at all. And I said we did not take the lead in drafting this resolution. That was done by the Egyptians with the Palestinians. But again, in any kind of resolution process, of course, there's moments where, it's not like our views regarding settlements or regarding resolutions with respect to Israel aren't well known and well vetted within the UN community. There's been many times in the past where we've not, or where we vetoed resolutions that we found to be biased towards Israel. But, that's another point here, is that there's nothing, the other canard in all of this is that this was somehow breaking with longstanding U.S. tradition in the UN Security Council, when we all know that every administration has vetoed, or rather has abstained or voted for similar resolutions.
It's true then that you had an opportunity to ask them not to bring it forward at all and didn't take them.
I'm not sure what you're...
Well, instead of saying, why not write the motion this way, you could have said, please don't bring a motion.
Well, again, I think when it was clear to us that they were going to bring it to a vote, and that every other country on the council was going to support that resolution, that draft text.
Clear to you that
I don't have a date certain for that. I think it was the last week or so. Please.
Now, you said that everything in the resolution really is consistent with your position. And in fact, it did include language that was very strong against incitement and violence and so on. So why did you vote against it? Why would you vote?
Because
why, not
that's
why
okay.
would you abstain?
Yeah, so
why not vote for it?
No, it is, and I think others have spoken to this, but we believe that the resolution didn't put sufficient emphasis on the violence and incitement and terrorism that is also eroding.
What would be in this case? What kind of language?
Well, I'm not gonna draft it off the top of my head, but we felt it wasn't sufficiently strong.
But you must have very clear points what these terms or these phrases would be exactly for you to vote for it, right? What are they? What are these points and phrases that would have made you vote for it?
Well, again, I think, and forgive me if I'm not specific enough, but I think our criticism in past draft resolutions has been that they're one-sided, that they unfairly target Israel. In this case, there was language in there regarding incitement, and basically making the point that both sides need to do more in order to create a climate conducive to what we believe is the way forward, which is direct negotiations. So, it's important to remember what this resolution is and what it isn't. I mean, what it was simply a recognition that the dynamics on the ground, in particular on the Israeli side, with regard to the growth, increase in settlements, the market increase in settlements, settlement activity over the past years, is making the viability of a two-state solution more and more impossible. It recognized that. It also noted, as I said, the fact that the Palestinian side also is partially to blame for incitement to violence, for creating an atmosphere, again, not conducive to what we all agree needs to happen, which is direct negotiations. So this wasn't in any way an attempt to prejudge or to promote a certain outcome in that negotiation. It was simply recognizing what we believe are dangerous trends.
Let me ask you about what, seeing how this resolution lacks sanctions, it lacks any kind of, really roadmap to implement it and so on. What should the steps, in your view, I understand that this administration is departing, but in your view, what steps can be taken to ensure that the spirit and the letter of the resolution is somehow
Sure.
is implemented and translated into reality?
Well, I think that's frankly, something that Secretary Kerry will hopefully it will address and make clear in his speech tomorrow. I think he's going to kind of take that, what we need to see in terms of next steps in his speech tomorrow. This resolution, you're right, it doesn't, certainly doesn't have an impact in terms of sanctions or actions that would directly negatively affect Israel. I think what we've said is it's a call to action. It's a recognition that international opinion is noting the fact that Israeli settlement activity is an impediment to a negotiated two-state settlement. That's okay, go Carol, and then you, Michelle. Got time.
There's a report in an Egyptian newspaper, Sabah Yom, about the meeting between Secretary Kerry, Susan Rice, Saeb Erekat, and Farage, and they're reporting that Secretary Kerry and Ambassador Rice said that the United States was ready to support a balanced resolution in the Security Council, and there also was some discussion about moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and that Saeb Erekat said if that happens, that throughout the Arab world, Americans would be kicked out. Can you confirm or discuss whether this conversation in fact happened?
I apologize, I can't, Carol. I just don't know. I don't know the level of detail. I just got a roadie note here, though. Sorry. But just an update, because I was deliberately vague because I did not have a readout. But in fact, we did not discuss any language or give any indication whatsoever about a U.S. position on a settlements UNSCR in either the meeting with Erekat or in New Zealand. So that just...
Let me just take you back to Thursday, because we had
Correct the record there.
great deal of discussion right after the Egyptians withdrew their draft resolution. And I asked the question at the time whether you were disappointed, because that was the impression that you're giving. So were you glad to see that these four countries have the intention, then they actually in fact did submit the resolution once again? Am I clear in what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
understand what you're saying. You're asking whether we...
Yeah, well, I mean,
in essence,
were you actually, because it seemed like it's the last, sort of the last effort, or the last conceivable effort.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't want to attempt to characterize it. I think...
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, we're taking you out live to Cleveland, Oklahoma, where there was reports of an explosion at this aerospace company. And it seems to be, we see the smoke there, and we see fire crews on the scene. We're going to get you guys the very latest details. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Heard of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, here is the latest details. According to local media reports, emergency crews are responding to reports of an explosion at an aerospace company near Cleveland, Oklahoma. First responders were called out to the scene at the ICES Corporation located near U.S. Highway 64 and Highway Drive along the line between Pawnee counties. ICES manufactures custom aircraft parts according to the company's website. The cause of the explosion has not yet been determined, and it's unclear if anyone has been injured. So as you can see here, folks, a developing scene out in Cleveland, Oklahoma. You're following live with us right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do appreciate you guys being with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. First responders getting called out to the scene here at the ICES Corporation located near U.S. Highway 64 and Highway Drive, Cleveland, Oklahoma. You can see it is very smoky there as crews working their best to try to put this fire out, as well as try to determine what exactly happened at this aerospace company. Folks, if you're just joining us here, we do appreciate you watching live with us here on fox10phoenix.com. This is Fox 10 News Now, providing you with breaking news coverage here in Cleveland, Oklahoma, where an aerospace plant has exploded. Crews there working to try to put those fires out and try to determine what exactly happened here. Cleveland, Oklahoma. And folks, if you are just joining us here, welcome. We do appreciate you guys watching live with us here of this plant explosion in Cleveland, Oklahoma. It is an aerospace company, and there was reports of an explosion, and then first responders came to the area, and you could see there is large amounts of smoke right now that fire crews have to deal with as they are trying to put that fire out inside the building, and then they want to know exactly how this happened. All right, folks, it looks like that chopper is leaving the scene there. We'll try to get you some more details throughout the evening on that situation. For now, we're going to go back to our program already in progress right now. State Department daily briefing from earlier today.
These terms or these phrases would be exactly for you to vote for it, right? What are they? What are these points and phrases that would have made you vote for it?
Well, again, I think, and forgive me if I'm not specific enough, but I think our criticism in past draft resolutions has been that they're one-sided, that they unfairly target Israel. In this case, there was language in there regarding incitement, and basically making the point that both sides need to do more in order to create a climate conducive to what we believe is the way forward, which is direct negotiations. So, it's important to remember what this resolution is and what it isn't. I mean, what it was simply a recognition that the dynamics on the ground, in particular on the Israeli side, with regard to the growth, increase in settlements, the market increase in settlements, settlement activity over the past years, is making the viability of a two-state solution more and more impossible. It recognized that. It also noted, as I said, the fact that the Palestinian side also is partially to blame for incitement to violence, for creating an atmosphere, again, not conducive to what we all agree needs to happen, which is direct negotiations. So this wasn't in any way an attempt to prejudge or to promote a certain outcome in that negotiation. It was simply recognizing what we believe are dangerous trends.
Let me ask you about what, seeing how this resolution lacks sanctions, it lacks any kind of, really roadmap to implement it and so on. What should the steps, in your view, I understand that this administration is departing, but in your view, what steps can be taken to ensure that the spirit and the letter of the resolution is somehow
Sure.
is implemented and translated into reality?
Well, I think that's frankly, something that Secretary Kerry will hopefully it will address and make clear in his speech tomorrow. I think he's going to kind of take that, what we need to see in terms of next steps in his speech tomorrow. This resolution, you're right, it doesn't, certainly doesn't have an impact in terms of sanctions or actions that would directly negatively affect Israel. I think what we've said is it's a call to action. It's a recognition that international opinion is noting the fact that Israeli settlement activity is an impediment to a negotiated two-state settlement. That's okay. Go, Carol, and then you, Michelle. Good time.
There's a report in an Egyptian newspaper, Sabah al-Yom, about the meeting between Secretary Kerry, Susan Rice, Saab Erekat, and Farage, and they're reporting that Secretary Kerry and Ambassador Rice said that the United States was ready to support a balanced resolution in the Security Council, and there also was some discussion about moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and that Saab Erekat said if that happens, that throughout the Arab world, Americans would be kicked out. Can you confirm or discuss whether this conversation in fact happened?
I apologize, I can't, Carol. I just don't know. I don't know the level of detail. I just got a roadie note here, though. Sorry. But just an update, because I was deliberately vague because I did not have a readout. But in fact, we did not discuss any language or give any indication whatsoever about a U.S. position on a settlements UNSCR in either the meeting with Erekat or in New Zealand. So that just...
Let me just take you back to Thursday, because we had
correct the record
great
there.
deal of discussion right after the Egyptians withdrew their draft resolution. And I asked the question at the time whether you were disappointed, because that was the impression that you're giving. So were you glad to see that these four countries have the intention, then they actually in fact did submit the resolution once again? Am I clear in what?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're asking whether we...
Yeah, well, I mean, were you actually, because it seemed like it's the last sort of the last effort, or the last conceivable effort.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, so I don't want to attempt to characterize it. I think I'll just leave it where I thought I put it, which is that there was nothing in this resolution that we could so profoundly disagree with that it would lead us to veto it. It was, in essence, a recognition that, as I said, that, a recognition of the trends that many on the Security Council and around the world have been concerned about regarding the viability of a two-state solution. And that is, the market increase in settlement activity. I mean, you and I, Lord knows, have discussed this in great detail. And you also know that our policy, our public statements about settlements are well known. And so, there's no surprise to the reason that we chose to abstain from this vote. Please, go ahead.
So what comments, what is your reaction to the news today that Jerusalem municipality is due to consider requests for construction of new homes, of settlements today?
I mean, I saw it. We obviously saw the reports of those actions. I'll go back to what I just said, which is, we would hope that the UN Security Council resolution that was passed on Friday would serve as a wake-up call, as a call to action, as an attempt to alert both sides, but certainly Israel, that its actions with regards to settlement activity are, as I said, are a detriment to moving forward with toward a two-state solution.
Has the Secretary, since the vote, spoken to anyone about that, or about Prime Minister Netanyahu's reaction to it and his anger and his?
I apologize. What
so has he spoken since the vote to Prime Minister Netanyahu?
He has not. No, not since the vote. No.
Not since the vote.
No, he spoke with him last on December 22nd.
And would you say this administration is surprised by Prime Minister Netanyahu's reaction and anger and towards?
I don't know if we're. I don't know if I term it surprise. I mean, certainly, they feel aggrieved. That's apparent by their reaction. But and I would refer folks in this room who weren't there to the Secretary's remarks at the Saban Forum, where he talked in great detail and great personal experience about, the fact that, we have a relationship with Israel that is so strong and so close that sometimes we need to be able to tell them difficult things. And through our abstention on this resolution, we were conveying our concern about Israel's future. We want to see Israel succeed and prosper as a Jewish and democratic state. And we believe that if the present settlement activity is allowed to continue and intensify, that it will render the possibility of a two-state solution, which we all agree is the ultimate goal here, an impossibility. And that was part of the message that we hope was conveyed.
So the Israelis are saying, part of Prime Minister Netanyahu is that you cannot have that actually this resolution makes it more difficult for peace talks to take place. That they feel that the Israelis would not be seen fairly or treated fairly in those discussions. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't. I don't want to delve too deep into hypotheticals, but that's between the parties. This isn't something, and we've said this very clearly, that we want the UN in any way, shape, or form to decide the outcome of negotiated settlement. That's between the Palestinians and the Israeli government.
And just the last question.
Yeah, go ahead,
just the last question on the. Is Secretary Kerry or anyone from this administration going to the Paris talks?
I don't have an answer for that.
On that?
Yeah, no,
Did you notify the Israelis ahead of time before you'd vote? And if so, can you tell us when and?
How we were going to vote?
Yes.
I'll take that question and see if I can get an answer for you.
Mark, Israel's foreign ministry has suspended all working ties with the countries that voted to pass the resolution, and it summoned the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Do you have any readout for that meeting, and what's your reaction to?
I don't have a particular readout for that meeting. Obviously, you can guess the topic. Look, I don't want to overstate Israel's reaction. I think that no one, and certainly not the United States, or the United States least of all, wants to see Israel isolated in any international forum. And so, of course, we're concerned when we see Israel take actions that we fear will further isolate it, proactive steps that will isolate it within the international community. But it's not for us to really speak anymore to what Israel decides to do. Again, we took the actions we took last week, the action we took last week, rather, in an effort to, along with the others who voted for the resolution, an effort to send a clear message about our concerns regarding settlement activity as an impediment to a negotiated peaceful settlement. No more, no less. We don't want this to create a diplomatic firestorm. In fact, just the opposite. What we want are actions that create a climate that is conducive to a return to direct negotiations. Please.
My last question on this, and how do you think this resolution will help the two-state solution?
Well, again, I spoke about the fact that, sometimes, to use a colloquial, American expression, you have to call a spade, and when we see activity or gesture, actions on the part of Israel or Palestine, or Palestinians rather, in this case, with regard to incitement, we call it like we see it. And we've done that in this case. It is, I think, important for us to have any credibility as a neutral hand, if you will, in any negotiations, which we've offered to play going forward, and we've played in the past. You've got to be honest, and we're trying to be honest.
Mark, should we see tomorrow's speech as the last word from the Obama administration on this issue? A summary of where we are? Or is this the start of a 3.5 week push to create a new framework for negotiation?
That's a very good and very fair question. I don't want to predict anything, and nor do I have anything to announce coming up. Certainly, this administration is going to continue to work until January 20th. Morning of January 20th, important point. But I don't want to lean into it that there's going to be some kind of push behind this. I think this is, again, his Secretary Kerry sharing his vision for how we can resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
I have just a couple more. Ben Rhodes noted in the press conference call that this administration has been, probably the friendliest of all administrations towards Israel, noting like they most recently given the aid to the tone of $40 billion. And so
the MOU.
Are you disappointed in the kind of rhetoric that is being thrown at this administration in its final days by the Israelis, by the Prime Minister of Israel, by others in this town who are friends of Israel, some even calling the President of the United States anti-Semitic and things like this?
Well,
how do you react to all this?
Yes, you have to be thick-skinned in this game we call diplomacy, as you know. So I don't want to say that we're, upset over it. But the facts speak for themselves, as you noted. No administration, no American administration has arguably done more for Israel's security. As you noted as well, just a couple months ago, we concluded a $38 billion MOU, which is the largest military assistance package in U.S. history. Worked on Iron Dome to strengthen that. We've done a lot of things, the Obama administration, to strengthen U.S.-Israeli ties, which we believe, and of course, that's on the security front, but, we also, and this Secretary of State led a very hard-fought effort to get negotiations back on track early in this second term. And of course, in the first Obama administration or term, we also had a pretty serious effort led by George Mitchell to get these negotiations back up and running. So it's not like we've, been standing idly by the side and not caring about this issue or simply giving everyone a free pass. Far from it. We have been and continue to be a staunch defender of Israel's best interests. And it's in that spirit that we feel the resolution that was passed on Friday is in that same vein. Another what?
Thick-skinned question.
Yeah, sure.
President Erdogan accused today the coalition of supporting ISIS. Do you have any reaction?
I think it will be late morning. I don't have a time specific. We'll put that all in the notice of press. It's a fair point. I deliberately fudged that because I don't have a certain time. I wanted to announce a speech, but I don't have it. I'm sorry, your question was about...
President Erdogan.
Yeah, it's ludicrous, to be honest. No basis for truth, as you can all imagine. I don't think anyone can look at our actions on the ground, leading the coalition in northern Syria, in Iraq, and say anything other than that we're 100% behind the defeat, destruction of Daesh, and even beyond Syria and Iraq, seeing its networks dismantled, destroyed around the region or outside of the region, around the world. I can give you, a rundown of what we're doing. You don't need to hear it. You know what we're doing in terms of the coalition. And in fact, we're working constructively with Turkey, to lead those efforts. And Turkey's playing a part. And we have constant dialogue and discussion with Turkey about how we can better leverage both of our efforts.
Did you contact with the Turkish officials?
I don't know. You mean regarding these remarks?
Regarding these remarks.
I don't know. Honestly, I didn't have time to check on it. I'll see if we've
the
been
point,
in contact.
Yeah, the point is Elbap. He's criticizing coalition for not supporting the Turkish forces offensive in Elbap. Do you have any reason why the coalition is not supporting Turkey in this operation?
Sorry, you're talking about Elbap?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm hitting the mic. Apologize. I mean, a couple things. First of all, we're obviously in close contact and discussion, dialogue, near constant with the Turks about their efforts in northern Syria. They've been very efficient, very successful. We're talking to them about how we can support them more closely. Brett McGurk is in contact with them. I don't know when he was last in Turkey, but it was fairly recently. We're aware that it's a tough fight that they're facing. That's all being still discussed. We have provided support to Turkey for operations to clear its border of ISIL, and that support's ongoing. As I said, they're now driving on El Bab. It's a tough fight. We're talking to them about how we can help them in their efforts. I don't have anything to announce. I'd have to refer you to Department of Defense to.
Would you advise them to hold back from Al-Bab until you're ready to help them? Seems like they're getting into a tough fight.
That's their. I mean, look. That's David. That's far be it for us to, provide strategic military advice or tactical military advice to the Turks.
But you just said you're members of the same coalition.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying, that we support their efforts. We have supported their efforts along the border to clear it of ISIL. We're in dialogue with them about possible next steps we can take in terms of El Bab. I mean, we certainly won't want to see them, enter into El Bab without sufficient support. But again, these are discussions we have on a daily basis with the Turks.
Doesn't that relate to Turkey's attacks on the U.S. ally, the YPG, in Manbij, and at that point there are all sorts of tensions developed between the United States and Turkey, and the U.S. military let it be known that Turkey had gone past what was authorized in Al Bab, but the core of it was Turkish attacks on the U.S. ally, the YPG, fighting in northern Syria and around Manbij and other areas. Wasn't that the core of the problem?
Well, we have, you're right in that, Turkey has, and their partner forces, which is, I think, what you're referring to, have made progress in securing the border, in liberating large swaths of area, a number of towns and villages, and as I said, they're driving on El Bab. We're mindful, of course, of some of the tensions that exist, obviously, between these Turkish supported forces and the YPD and other forces that we've been supporting in that area. And those are tensions. Again, that's the reason why we're working closely, having these discussions, and trying to coordinate with them.
You want U.S. support? You shouldn't attack
No, there's
U.S.
no
allies?
no,
No
I don't-
lesson?
Look, no, I don't want to give that impression at all. Turkey's a NATO ally, a strong partner in the anti-Daesh coalition. And I certainly don't want to give the impression that we're trying to send a message.
Let me press you just a little bit on.
I won't touch that.
Could I just press you on what Erdogan said? I mean, he was very clear. He said U.S.-led coalition forces give support to terrorist groups, including ISIS, including YPG, PYD. They were accusing us of supporting Daesh.
So let me address that.
He was very clear.
Let me address that. So we do provide tactical support to the Syrian Democratic Forces. There's no surprise there. We've been very transparent about that. That's to help us all achieve our shared goal of defeating Daesh. The Syrian Democratic Forces have, as we've said many times, proven to be a very capable force against Daesh, and our support for them, again, our tactical support for them will continue. As we've also said before, we've never provided weapons to the YPG. We have provided equipment to vetted Arab elements of the Syrian Democratic Forces. This equipment has, someone's waking up. This equipment has included ammunition and other tactical equipment to assist the coalition's counter-ISIL operations. But let me be clear that We reject any group providing support to the PKK or enabling its terrorist campaign within Turkey.
Or Daesh, because he's saying that you guys gave support to Daesh.
Daesh, I said that from the outright. That's just ludicrous. I don't know where that comes from.
More questions. Yes, same subject. Thank you, Mark.
Sure.
Today there are some reports that Russia indeed gave some air support around the Al-Bab. Do you have any information on that?
I don't have any information on that. I mean, I'll look into it, but, you know, obviously, the Russians and Turks have been talking about coordination, but I don't have anything to confirm.
In the past, very recent past, you defined this Turkey moves around the Al-Bab as uncoordinated and not constructive. Do you still see Al-Bab offense as uncoordinated and not constructive, or what's your view on it?
No, I'd say now, you know, we're in regular discussions with Turkey on the operations around Al-Bab. We want to help it defeat Daesh. I think there was a recent visit by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, excuse me, Dunford, who met with Turkey's chief of staff, or chief of defense, excuse me. And as I said, Special Envoy Brett McGurk also visited Ankara before the holidays to talk about the overall campaign to defeat Daesh. So I don't want to discuss ongoing operations, but, you know, we're obviously coordinating with them.
One more talking point that on the Turkey pro-government media very often use and cited that the President-elect Trump stated that the President Obama and his administration fund ISIS and supported ISIS, so that the Turkey now repeating this. What's your response to this?
I don't know where those claims are coming from. Maybe some comments from the campaign. I honestly don't know what they're referring to. I don't think President-elect Trump has ever made that allegation. And as I said, if he did, it was probably from, you know, a long time ago. I don't think he's made it again. But again, I can't speak for the President-elect's team.
Final question. Turkey, Iran, and Russia are going to convene this new Syria talks in Astana, Kazakhstan, early 2017. Have you been invited? And
I don't believe so.
How do you view those talks?
So, I mean, we talked a little bit about this before when they were first announced. You know, look, we're not against any effort to coordinate more closely on the multiple conflicts taking place in Syria. And by multiple conflicts, I mean, obviously, destroying and disabling Daesh, but also the civil war. And of course, you know, the terrible fighting around Aleppo over the past few weeks. As long as it produces results, you know, we talk frequently with the Turks, we talk frequently with the Russians. We've also long said that in order to reach some kind of resolution of the conflict in Syria, all of the stakeholders need to agree and need to talk to each other. So the fact that Turkey and Russia are holding these kinds of talks is not necessarily something we would disapprove of.
But the U.S. won't be on the table. And
I understand that, but as I said, we're obviously talking closely with and communicating frequently with both Russia and with Turkey.
In this regard, Mark,
I'm sorry.
Russia's foreign ministry has said today that Minister Lavrov has discussed a peace plan for Syria with Secretary Kerry today. Do you have any readout for this phone call?
No, they did speak earlier today. I didn't get a full readout from that conversation. I'm not sure that, frankly, that they discussed Syria, so I'm not sure if it was today or
that's what they said, that they discussed.
That's what he said.
A peace plan for Syria.
Honestly, I got a very partial readout. I apologize, but I don't believe Syria was mentioned. If that's incorrect, I'll raise it, or I'll.
Well,
was it about?
I think they talked about Libya.
Okay.
About Libya. Because the ministry also said that Lavrov informed Kerry that a U.S. decision to ease some restrictions on arming Syrian rebels may lead to more casualties. They've also said that it could open the way for the delivery of, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look, this is something that was in the, I think the consent was, or the language was in the National Defense Authorization bill that they've been, is this what they're referring to? I believe so. Yeah. We've been very clear. Yeah, I mean, my point is, this is not a new allegation that we've seen from them, and the fact is that we're not providing any kind of man pads or anything to the Syrian opposition.
And they consider this as a hostile act, as the foreign ministry, Russian foreign ministry has said.
Right, but again, we've seen this before, this language before, or this kind of rhetoric. I mean, our position on man pads has not changed. We would have a very deep concern about that type of weaponry getting into Syria.
More PKK question. On the PKK, there have been repeated stories over the past months in the Iraqi and Kurdish media that Baghdad is paying the PKK in the Sinjar area to train local fighters, the Singal resistance units. Today, it's reported that Baghdad and Ankara are discussing that, and Baghdad has agreed to stop paying them and help get the PKK out of Sinjar if Turkey withdraws from Bashir. Since you've said, and KDR officials have also said, the PKK shouldn't be in Sinjar, have you pressed Baghdad to stop paying those salaries or providing any support to the PKK?
So, excuse me, I apologize. I don't want to speak necessarily to the direct allegations that they're somehow they're paying these groups. We believe that the PKK, which is a U.S. designated terrorist organization, should have no role in Sinjar. We regard their presence there as a major obstacle to reconciliation, as well as to refugee return, to the return of internally displaced people. And we urge all groups active in Sinjar to facilitate political reconciliation so that these IDPs, these internally displaced people, can return, and that the communities that they were driven from can begin to rebuild. And we urge continued close cooperation between the central government in Baghdad and the Kurdistan regional government to defeat Daesh and to resolve any other outstanding issues between them. In terms of whether Baghdad supports the PKK, I mean, that's something, it's a question you'd have to ask the government of Iraq. We believe that the government shares our concern over restoring stability in Sinjar and oppose the PKK presence there. Let's go to Asia. Let's finish up and one more, and then we're going back to this patient crew back here.
Okay, thank you. About this remarks blaming U.S. for supporting ISIS. This debate has started 2 weeks ago, if you remember. And the Turkish Foreign Ministry official talked to the Turkish press, and he said that U.S. also accused.
All right, folks, we're going to show you now a beautiful shot of the White House right now. News Now will be back in just an hour.